Captain Fracasse Part 3 by Théophile Gautier. Chapter 16. Valum Brauchus. Isabelle sat for a long time perfectly motionless in her luxurious chamber, sunk in a sad reverie, apparently entirely oblivious of the glow of light, warmth, and comfort that clothed her, and glancing up occasionally at the portrait over the chimney-piece, which seemed to be smiling down upon her and promising her protection and peace, while it more than ever reminded her of some dear face she had known and loved long ago. After a time, however, her mood changed. She grew restless, and rising, began to wander aimlessly about the room. But her uneasiness only increased, and finally, in desperation, she resolved to venture out into the corridor and look about her, no matter at what risk. Anything would be better than this enforced inactivity and suspense. She tried the door with a trembling hand, dreading to find herself locked in. But it was not fastened, and seeing that all was dark outside, she took up a small lamp that had been left burning on a side table, and boldly setting forth, went softly down the long flight of stairs, in the hope of finding some means of exit from the chateau on the lower floor. At the foot of the stairs she came to a large double door, one leaf of which yielded easily when she timidly tried to open it, but creaked dolefully as it turned on its hinges. She hesitated for a moment, fearing that the noise would alarm the servants and bring them out to see what was amiss, but no one came, and taking fresh courage, she moved on and passed into a lofty vaulted hall, with high-backed oaken benches ranged against the tapestry-covered walls, upon which hung several large trophies of arms, and sundry swords, shields, and steel gaunt, which caught and flashed back the light from her lamp as she held it up to examine them. The air was heavy, chilly, and damp. An awful stillness reigned in this deserted hall. Isabelle shivered as she crept slowly along and nearly stumbled against a huge table with massive carved feet that stood in the center of the tessellated marble pavement. She was making for a door, opposite the one by which she had entered, but, as she approached it, was horror-stricken when she perceived two tall men, clad in armor, standing like sentinels, one on either side of it. She stopped short, then tried to turn and fly, but was so paralyzed with terror that she could not stir, expecting every instant that they would pounce upon her and take her prisoner, while she bitterly repented her temerity in having ventured to leave her own room, and vainly wished herself back by the quiet fireside there. Meanwhile the two dread figures stood as motionless as herself. The silence was unbroken, and the beating of her own heart was the only sound she heard. So at last she plucked up courage to look more closely at the grim sentinels, and could not help smiling at her own needless alarm when she found that they were suits of armor indeed, but without men inside of them, just such as one sees standing about in the ancient royal palaces of France. Passing them with a saucy glance of defiance and a little triumphant toss of the head, Isabelle entered a vast dining room with tall sculptured buffets on which stood many superb vessels of gold and silver, together with delicate specimens of exquisite Venetian and Bohemian glass and precious pieces of fine porcelain, fit for a king's table. Large handsome chairs with carved backs were standing round the great dining table, and the walls, above the heavy oaken wainscot, were hung with richly embossed Cordova leather, glowing with warm, bright tints and golden arabesques. She did not linger to examine and admire all the beautified things dimly revealed to her by the feeble light of her small lamp, but hurried on to the third door, which opened into an apartment yet more spacious and magnificent than the other two. At one end of it was a lordly dais, raised 3 steps above the inlaid floor, upon which stood a splendid great armchair, almost a throne, under a canopy emblazoned with a brilliant coat of arms and surmounted by a tuft of nodding plumes. Still hurrying on, Isabelle next entered a sumptuous bedchamber and, as she paused for an instant to hold up her lamp and look about her, fancied that she could hear the regular breathing of a sleeper in the immense bed behind the crimson silk curtains which were closely drawn around it. She did not dare to stop and investigate the matter, but flew on her way as lightly as any bird, and next found herself in a library where the white busts surmounting the well-filled bookcases stared down at her with their hard, stony eyes and made her shudder as she nervously sought for an exit without delaying one moment to glance at the great variety of curious and beautiful objects scattered lavishly about, which, under any ordinary circumstances, would have held her enthralled. Running at right angles with the library and opening out of it was the picture gallery, where the family portraits were arranged in chronological order on one side, while opposite to them was a long row of windows looking into the court. The shutters were closed, but near the top of each one was a small circular opening through which the moon shone and faintly lighted the dusky gallery, striking here and there directly upon the face of a portrait with an indescribably weird and startling effect. It required all of Isabelle's really heroic courage to keep on past the long line of strange faces looking down mockingly, it seemed to her, from their proud height upon her trembling form as she glided swiftly by, and she was thankful to find, at the end of the gallery, a glass door opening out upon the court. It was not fastened, and after carefully placing her lamp in a sheltered corner where no draughts could reach it, she stepped out under the stars. It was a relief to find herself breathing freely in the fresh, pure air, though she was actually no less a prisoner than before, and as she stood looking up into the clear evening sky and thinking of her own true lover, she seemed to feel new courage and hope springing up in her heart. In one corner of the court, she saw a strong light shining out through the crevices in the shutters that closed several low windows, and heard sounds of revelry from the same direction, the only signs of life she had detected about the whole place. Her curiosity was excited by them, and she stole softly over towards the quarter from whence they came, keeping carefully in the shadow of the wall, and glancing anxiously about to make sure that no one was furtively watching her. Finding a considerable aperture in one of the wooden shutters, she peeped through it, and saw a party of men gathered around a table, eating and drinking and making merry in a very noisy fashion. The light from a lamp with 3 burners, which was suspended by a copper chain from the low ceiling, fell full upon them, and although she had only seen them masked before, Isabelle instantly recognized those who had been concerned in her abduction. At the head of the table sat Malartic, whose extraordinary face was paler and nose redder than ever, and at sight of whom the young girl shuddered and drew back. When she had recovered herself a little, she looked in again upon the repulsive scene, and was surprised to see, at the other end of the table, and somewhat apart from the others, Agostino, the brigand, who had now laid aside the long white beard in which he had played the part of the old blind beggar so successfully. A great deal of loud talking was going on, constantly interrupted by bursts of laughter, but Isabelle could not hear distinctly enough through the closed window to make out what they were saying. Even if she had been actually in the room with them, she would have found much of their conversation incomprehensible, as it was largely made up of the extraordinary slang of the Paris street Arabs and rascals generally. From time to time, one or the other of the participants in this orgy seemed to propose a toast, whereupon they would all clink their glasses together before raising them to their lips, drain them at a draught, and applaud vociferously, while there was a constant drawing of corks and placing of fresh bottles on the table by the servant who was waiting upon them. Just as Isabelle, thoroughly disgusted with the brutality of the scene before her, was about to turn away, Malartic rapped loudly on the table to obtain a hearing, and after making a proposition, which met with ready and cordial assent, rose from his seat, cleared his throat, and began to sing, or rather shout, a ribald song, all the others joining in the chorus, with horrible grimaces and gesticulations, which so frightened poor Isabelle that she could scarcely find strength to creep away from the loathsome spectacle. Before re-entering the house, she went to look at the drawbridge, with a faint hope that she might chance upon some unexpected means of escape. But all was secure there, and a little postern, opening on the moat, which she discovered nearby, was also carefully fastened, with bolts and bars strong enough to keep out an army. As these seemed to be the only means of exit from the chateau, she felt that she was a prisoner indeed, and understood why it had not been deemed necessary to lock any of the inner doors against her. She walked slowly back to the gallery, entered it by the glass door, found her lamp burning tranquilly just where she had left it, retraced her steps swiftly through the long suite of spacious apartments already described, and flew up the grand staircase to her own room, congratulating herself upon not having been detected in her wanderings. She put her lamp down in the antechamber, but paused in terror on the threshold of the inner room, stifling a shriek that had nearly escaped her as she caught sight of a strange, wild figure crouching on the hearth. But her fears were short-lived, for with an exclamation of delight, the intruder sprang towards her, and she saw that it was Chiquita, but Chiquita in boy's clothes. "Have you got the knife yet?" said the strange little creature abruptly to Isabelle. "The knife with 3 bonny red marks?" "Yes, Chiquita, I have it here in my bosom," she replied. "But why do you ask? Is my life in danger?" "A knife," said the child with fierce sparkling eyes. "A knife is a faithful friend and servant. It never betrays or fails its master, if he is careful to give it a drink now and then, for a knife is often thirsty, you know." "You frighten me, you naughty child," exclaimed Isabelle, much troubled and agitated by these sinister, extravagant words, which perhaps she thought might be intended as a friendly warning. "Sharpen the edge on the marble of the chimney-piece, like this," continued Chiquita, "and polish the blade on the sole of your shoe." "Why do you tell me all this?" cried Isabelle, turning very pale. "For nothing in particular, only he who would defend himself gets his weapons ready, that's all." These odd, fierce phrases greatly alarmed Isabelle, yet Chiquita's presence in her room was a wonderful relief and comfort to her. The child apparently cherished a warm and sincere affection for her, which was none the less genuine because of its having arisen from such a trivial incident, for the pearl beads were more precious than diamonds to Chiquita. She had given a voluntary promise to Isabelle never to kill or harm her, and with her strange, wild, yet exalted notions of honor, she looked upon it as a solemn obligation and vow by which she must always abide, for there was a certain savage nobility in Chiquita's character, and she could be faithful unto death. Isabelle was the only human being, excepting Agostino, who had been kind to her. She had smiled upon the unkempt child and given her the coveted necklace, and Chiquita loved her for it, while she adored her beauty. Isabelle's sweet countenance, so angelically mild and pure, exercised a wonderful influence over the neglected little savage, who had always been surrounded by fierce, haggard faces, expressive of every evil passion, and disfigured by indulgence in the lowest vices and excesses of every kind. "But how does it happen that you are here, Chiquita?" asked Isabelle, after a short silence. "Were you sent to keep guard over me?" "No, I came alone and of my own accord," answered Chiquita, "because I saw the light and fire. I was tired of lying all crapped up in the corner and keeping quiet, while those beastly men drank bottle after bottle of wine and gorged themselves with the good things set before them. I am so little, you know, so young and slender, that they pay no more attention to me than they would to a kitten asleep under the table. While they were making a great noise, I slipped quietly away unperceived. The smell of the wine and the food sickened me. I am used to the sweet perfume of the heather and the pure resinous odor of the pines. I cannot breathe in such an atmosphere as there is down below there. And you were not afraid to wander alone, without a light, through the long dark corridors and the lonely deserted rooms. Chiquita does not know what it is to be afraid. Her eyes can see in the dark, and her feet never stumble. The very owls shut their eyes when they meet her, and the bats fold their wings when she comes near their haunts. Wandering ghosts stand aside to let her pass or turn back when they see her approaching. Night is her comrade and hides no secrets from her, and Chiquita never betrays them to the day." Her eyes flashed and dilated as she spoke, and Isabelle looked at her with growing wonder, not unmixed with a vague sensation of fear. "I like much better to stay here, in this heavenly quiet, by the fire with you," continued the child, "than down there in all the uproar. You are so beautiful that I love to look at you. You are like the Blessed Virgin that I have seen shining above the altar. Only from afar, though. for they always chase me out of the churches with the dogs, because I am so shabby and forlorn. How white your hand is! Mine looks like a monkey's paw beside it, and your hair is as fine and soft as silk, while mine is all rough and tangled. Oh, I am so horribly ugly you must think so too. No, my dear child, Isabelle replied, touched by her naive expressions of affection and admiration. I do not think so. You have beauty too. You only need to make yourself neat and clean to be as pretty a little girl as one would wish to see. Do you really think so? Are you telling me true? I would steal fine clothes if they would make me pretty, for then Agostino would love me. This idea brought a little flush of color to her thin brown cheeks, and for a few minutes she seemed lost in a pleasant reverie. Do you know where we are? Asked Isabelle, when Chiquita looked up at her again. In a chateau that belongs to the great seigneur who has so much money and who wanted to carry you off at Poitiers. I had only to draw the bolt and it would have been done then. But you gave me the pearl necklace, and I love you, and I would not do anything you did not like. Yet you have helped to carry me off this time, said Isabelle reproachfully. Is it because you don't love me any more that you have given me up to my enemies? Agostino ordered me and I had to obey. Besides, some other child could have played guide to the blind man as well as I, and then I could not have come into the chateau with you, do you see? Here I may be able to do something to help you. I am brave, active, and strong, though I am so small, and quick as lightning too, and I shall not let anybody harm you. Is this chateau very far from Paris? Asked Isabelle, drawing Chiquita up on her lap. Did you hear anyone mention the name of this place? Yes, one of them called it now. What was it? Said the child, looking up at ceiling and absently scratching her head, as if to stimulate her memory. Try to remember it, my child, said Isabelle, softly stroking Chiquita's brown cheeks, which flushed with delight at the unwonted caress. No one had ever petted the poor child in her life before. I think that it was Valombrous, said Chiquita at last, pronouncing the syllables separately and slowly, as if listening to an inward echo. Yes, Valombrous, I am sure of it now. It is the name of the seigneur that your Captain Fracasse wounded in a duel. He would have done much better if he had killed him outright, saved a great deal of trouble to himself and to you. He is very wicked, that rich duke, though he does throw his gold about so freely by the handfuls, just like a man sowing grain. You hate him, don't you? And you would be glad if you could get away from him, eh? Oh, yes, indeed, cried Isabelle impetuously. But alas, it is impossible. A deep moat runs all around this chateau. The drawbridge is up, the postern securely fastened. There is no way of escape. Chiquita laughs at bolts and bars, at high walls and deep moats. Chiquita can get out of the best guarded prison whenever she pleases, and fly away to the moon right before the eyes of her astonished jailer. If you choose, before the sun rises, your Captain Fracasse shall know where the treasure that he seeks is hidden. Isabelle was afraid, when she heard these incoherent phrases, that the child was not quite sane, but her little face was so calm, her dark eyes so clear and steady, her voice so earnest, and she spoke with such an air of quiet conviction, that the supposition was not admissible, and the strange little creature did seem to be possessed of some of the magic power she claimed. As if to convince Isabelle that she was not merely boasting, she continued, "Let me think a moment. To make a plan, don't speak nor move, for the least sound interferes with me. I must listen to the spirit." Chiquita bent down her head, put her hand over her eyes, and remained for several minutes perfectly motionless. Then she raised her head, and without a word went and opened the window, clambered up on the sill, and gazed out intently into the darkness. "Is she really going to take flight?" said Isabelle to herself, as she anxiously watched Chiquita's movements, not knowing what to expect. Exactly opposite to the window, on the other side of the moat, was an immense tree, very high and old, whose great branches, spreading out horizontally, overhung the water. But the longest of them did not reach the wall of the chateau by at least 10 feet. It was upon this tree, however, that Chiquita's plan for escape depended. She turned away from the window, drew from her pocket a long cord made of horse hair, very fine and strong, which she carefully unrolled to its full length and laid upon the floor, then produced from another pocket an iron hook, which she fastened securely to the cord. This done to her satisfaction, she went to the window again and threw the end of the cord with the hook into the branches of the tree. The first time she was unsuccessful, the iron hook fell and struck against the stone wall beneath the casement. But at the second attempt, the hook caught and held, and Chiquita, drawing the cord taut, asked Isabelle to take hold of it and bear her whole weight on it, until the branch was bent as far as possible towards the chateau, coming 5 or 6 feet nearer to the window where they were. Then Chiquita tied the cord firmly to the ornamental iron railing of the tiny balcony, with a knot that could not slip, climbed over, and grasping the cord with both hands, swung herself off and hung suspended over the waters of the moat far below. Isabelle held her breath. With a rapid motion of the hands, Chiquita crossed the clear space, reached the tree safely, and climbed down into it with the agility of a monkey. "Now undo the knot, so that I can take the cord with me," she said, in a low but very distinct tone of voice to Isabelle, who began to breathe freely again. "Unless, indeed, you would like to follow me. But you would be frightened and dizzy, and might fall, so you had better stay where you are. Goodbye. I am going straight to Paris, and shall soon be back again. I can get on quickly in this bright moonlight." Isabelle did as she was bid, and the branch, being no longer held by the cord, swung back to its original position. In less than a minute, Chiquita had scrambled down to the ground, and the captive soon lost sight of her slender little figure as she walked off briskly towards the capital. All that had just occurred seemed like a strange dream to Isabelle. Now that she found herself alone again, she remained for some time at the open casement, looking at the great tree opposite and trembling as she realized the terrible risk Chiquita had run for her sake, feeling warm gratitude and tender affection for the wild, incomprehensible little creature who manifested such a strong attachment for herself. And a new hope sprang up in her heart as she thought that now de Sigognac would soon know where to find her. The cold night air at last forced her to close the window, and after arranging the curtains over it carefully so as to show no signs of having been disturbed, she returned to her easy chair by the fire, and just in time, for she had scarcely seated herself when the major domo entered, followed by the 2 servants, again carrying the little table, set for one, with her supper daintily arranged upon it. A few minutes earlier, and Chiquita's escape would have been discovered and prevented. Isabelle, still greatly agitated by all that had passed, could not eat, and signed to the servants to remove the supper untouched. Whereupon the major domo himself put some bread and wine on a small table beside the bed and placed on a chair, near the fire, a richly trimmed dressing gown and everything that a lady could require in making her toilet for the night. Several large logs of wood were piled up on the massive andirons. The candles were renewed, and then the major domo, approaching Isabelle with a profound obeisance, said to her that if she desired the services of a maid, he would send one to her. As she made a gesture of dissent, he withdrew, after again bowing to her most respectfully. When they had all gone, Isabelle, quite worn out, threw herself down on the outside of the bed without undressing, so as to be ready in case of any sudden alarm in the night, then took out Chiquita's knife, opened it, and laid it beside her. Having taken these precautions, she closed her eyes, and hoped that she could for a while forget her troubles in sleep. But she had been so much excited and agitated that her nerves were all quivering, and it was long before she even grew drowsy. There were so many strange, incomprehensible noises in the great empty house to disturb and startle her, and in her own room, the cracking of the furniture, the ticking of a death watch in the wall near her bed, the gnawing of a rat behind the wainscot, the snapping of the fire. At each fresh sound, she started up in terror, with her poor heart throbbing as if it would burst out of her breast, a cold perspiration breaking out on her forehead, and trembling in every limb. At last, however, weary nature had to succumb, and she fell into a deep sleep which lasted until she was awakened by the sun shining on her face. Her first thought was to wonder that she had not yet seen the Duke of Valembrouse, but she was thankful for his absence and hoped that it would continue until Chiquita should have brought de Sigognac to the rescue. The reason why the young Duke had not yet made his appearance was one of policy. He had taken especial pains to show himself at Saint Germain on the day of the abduction, had joined the royal hunting party, and been exceedingly and unwontedly affable to all who happened to come in contact with him. In the evening he had played at cards, and lost ostentatiously sums that would have been of importance to a less wealthy man, being all the time in a very genial mood, especially after the arrival of a mounted messenger who brought him a little note. Thus the Duke's desire to be able to establish an incontestable alibi in case of need had spared Isabelle thus far the infliction of his hated presence. But while she was congratulating herself upon it, and welcoming the sunshine that streamed into her room, she heard the drawbridge being let down, and immediately after a carriage dashed over it and thundered into the court. Her heart sank, for who would be likely to enter in that style save the master of the house? Her face grew deathly pale, she reeled, and for one dreadful moment felt as if she should faint. But, rallying her courage, she reminded herself that Chiquita had gone to bring de Sigognac to her aid, and determined afresh to meet bravely whatever trials might be in store for her, until her beloved knight and champion should arrive to rescue her from her terrible danger and irksome imprisonment. Her eyes involuntarily sought the portrait over the chimney, peace, and after passionately invoking it and imploring its aid and protection, as if it had been her patron saint, she felt a certain sense of ease and security, as if what she had so earnestly entreated would really be accorded to her. A full hour had elapsed, which the young Duke had employed in the duties of the toilet, and in snatching a few minutes of repose after his rapid night journey, when the major domo presented himself, and asked respectfully if Isabelle would receive the Duke of Bailambreuse. "I am a prisoner," she replied with quiet dignity, "and this demand, which would be fitting and polite in any ordinary case, is only a mockery when addressed to one in my position. I have no means of preventing your master's coming into this room, nor can I quit it to avoid him. I do not accept his visit, but submit to it. He must do as he pleases about it, and come and go when he likes. He allows me no choice in the matter. Go and tell him exactly what I have said to you." The major domo bowed low and retired backward to the door, having received strict orders to treat Isabelle with the greatest respect and consideration. In a few minutes he returned and announced the Duke of Bailambreuse. Isabelle half rose from her chair by the fire, but turned very pale and fell back into it as her unwelcome visitor made his appearance at the door. He closed it and advanced slowly towards her, hat in hand, but when he perceived that she was trembling violently and looked ready to faint, he stopped in the middle of the room, made a low bow, and said in his most dulcet, persuasive tones, "If my presence is too unbearably odious now to the charming Isabelle, and she would like to have a little time to get used to the thought of seeing me, I will withdraw. She is my prisoner, it is true, but I am none the less her slave." "This courtesy is tardy," Isabelle replied coldly, "after the violence you have made use of against me." "That is the natural result," said the Duke with a smile, "of pushing people to extremity by a too obstinate and prolonged resistance. Having lost all hope, they stop at nothing, knowing that they cannot make matters any worse, whatever they do. If you had only been willing to suffer me to pay my court to you in the regular way, and shown a little indulgence to my love, I should have quietly remained among the ranks of your passionate adorers, striving, by dint of delicate attentions, chivalrous devotion, magnificent offerings, and respectful yet ardent solicitations, to soften that hard heart of yours. If I could not have succeeded in inspiring it with love for me, I might at least have awakened in it that tender pity which is akin to love, and which is so often only its forerunner. In the end, perhaps, you would have repented of your cruel severity, and acknowledged that you had been unjust towards me. Believe me, my charming Isabelle, I should have neglected nothing to bring it about. If you had employed only honest and honorable means in your suit, Isabelle rejoined. I should have felt very sorry that I had been so unfortunate as to inspire an attachment I could not reciprocate, and would have given you my warm sympathy and friendly regard, instead of being reluctantly compelled by repeated outrages to hate you instead. You do hate me, then? You acknowledge it? The Duke cried, his voice trembling with rage, but he controlled himself, and after a short pause continued, in a gentler tone, Yet I do not deserve it. My only wrongs towards you, if any there be, have come from the excess and ardor of my love. And what woman, however chaste and virtuous, can be seriously angry with a gallant gentleman, because he has been conquered by the power of her adorable charms, whether she so desired or not? Certainly. That is not a reason for dislike or anger, my lord, if the suitor does not overstep the limits of respect, as all women will agree. But when his insolent impatience leads him to commit excesses, and he resorts to fraud, abduction, and imprisonment, as you have not hesitated to do, there is no other result possible than an unconquerable aversion. Caution is always and inevitably revolting to a nature that has any proper pride or delicacy. Love, true love, is divine, and cannot be furnished to order or extorted by violence. It is spontaneous, and freely given, not to be bought, nor yet won by importunity. Is an unconquerable aversion, then, all that I am to expect from you? Said Villambris, who had become pale to ghastliness and been fiercely gnawing his under lip, while Isabelle was speaking in her sweet, clear tones, which fell on his ear like the soft chiming of silver bells, and only served to enhance his devouring passion. There is yet one means of winning my friendship and gratitude. Be noble and generous, and give me back the liberty of which you have deprived me. Let me return to my companions, who must be anxiously seeking for me and suffering keenly because of their fears for my safety. Let me go and resume my lowly life as an actress, before this outrageous affair, which may irreparably injure my reputation, has become generally known, or my absence from the theatre been remarked by the public. How unfortunate it is, cried the Duke angrily, that you should ask of me the only thing I cannot do for you. If you had expressed your desire for an empire, a throne, I would have given it to you, or if you had wished for a star, I would have climbed up into the heavens to get it for you. But here you calmly ask me to open the door of this cage, little bird, to which you would never come back of your own accord, if I was stupid enough to let you go. It is impossible. I know well that you love me so little, or rather hate me so much, that you would never see me again of your own free will, that my only chance of enjoying your charming society is to lock you up, keep you my prisoner. However much it may cost my pride, I must do it, for I can no more live without you than a plant without the light. My thoughts turn to you as the heliotrope to the sun. Where you are not, all is darkness for me. If what I have dared to do is a crime, I must make the best of it and profit by it as much as I can, for you would never forgive nor overlook it, whatever you may say now. Here at least I have you. I hold you. I can surround you with my love and care, and strive to melt the ice of your coldness by the heat of my passion. Your eyes must behold me, your ears must listen to my voice. I shall exert an influence over you, if only by the alarm and detestation I am so unfortunate as to inspire in your gentle breast. The sound of my footsteps in your antechamber will make you start and tremble. And then, besides all that, this captivity separates you effectually from the miserable fellow you fancy that you love and whom I abhor, because he has dared to turn your heart away from me. I can at least enjoy this small satisfaction of keeping you from him, and I will not let you go free to return to him. You may be perfectly sure of that, my fair lady. And how long do you intend to keep me captive? Not like a Christian gentleman, but like a lawless corsair, until you have learned to love me, or at least to say that you have, which amounts to the same thing. Then he made her a low bow and departed, with a self-satisfied and jaunty an air, as if he had been in truth a favored suitor. Half an hour later a lackey brought in a beautiful bouquet of the rarest and choicest flowers, while the stems were clasped by a magnificent bracelet, fit for a queen's wearing. A little piece of folded paper nestled among the flowers, a note from the Duke, and the fair prisoner recognized the handwriting as the same in which, for Isabelle, was written on the slip of paper that accompanied the casket of jewels at Poitiers. The note read as follows: "Dear Isabelle, I send you these flowers, though I know they will be ungraciously received. As they come from me, their beauty and fragrance will not find favor in your eyes. But whatever may be their fate, even though you only touch them to fling them disdainfully out of the window, they will force you to think for a moment, if it be but in anger of him who declares himself, in spite of everything, your devoted adorer, Volumbrus." This note, breathing of the most specious gallantry and tenacity of purpose, did produce very much the effect it predicted, for it made Isabelle exceedingly angry, and without even once inhaling the delicious perfume of the flowers, or pausing for an instant to admire their beauty, she flung the bouquet, diamond bracelet and all, out into the antechamber. Never surely were lovely blossoms so badly treated. And yet Isabelle was excessively fond of them, but she feared that if she even allowed them to remain a little while in her room, their donor would presume upon the slight concession. She had scarcely resumed her seat by the fire, after disposing of the obnoxious bouquet, when a maid appeared who had been sent to wait upon her. She was a pretty, refined-looking girl, but very pale, and with an air of deep melancholy, as if she were brooding over a secret sorrow. She offered her services to Isabelle without looking up, and in a low, subdued voice, as if she feared that the very walls had ears. Isabelle allowed her to take down and comb out her long, silky hair, which was very much disheveled, and to arrange it again as she habitually wore it, which was quickly and skilfully done. Then the maid opened a wardrobe and took out several beautiful gowns, exquisitely made and trimmed, and just Isabelle's size, but she would not even look at them, and sharply ordered that they should instantly be put back where they belonged, though her own dress was very much the worse for the rough treatment it had been subjected to on the preceding day, and it was a trial to the sweet, dainty creature to be so untidy. But she was determined to accept nothing from the Duke, no matter how long her captivity might last. The maid did not insist, but acceded to her wishes with a mild, pitying air, just as indulgence is shown, as far as possible, to all the little whims and caprices of prisoners condemned to death. Isabelle would have liked to question her attendant, and endeavor to elicit some information from her, but the girl was more like an automaton than anything else, and it was impossible to gain more than a monosyllable from her lips. So Isabelle resigned herself with a sigh to her mute ministerings, not without a sort of vague terror. After the maid had retired, dinner was served as before, and Isabelle made a hearty meal, feeling that she must keep up her strength, and also hopeful of hearing something in a few hours more from her faithful lover. Her thoughts were all of him, and as she realized the dangers to which he would inevitably be exposed for her sake, her eyes filled with tears, and a sharp pang shot to her heart. She was angry with herself for being the cause of so much trouble, and fain to curse her own beauty, the unhappy occasion of it all. She was absorbed in these sad thoughts when a little noise, as if a hailstone had struck against the window-pane, suddenly aroused her. She flew to the casement and saw Chiquita in the tree opposite, signing to her to open it, and swinging back and forth the long horsehair cord with the iron hook attached to it. She hastened to comply with the wishes of her strange little ally, and, as she stepped back in obedience to another sign, the hook, thrown with unerring aim, caught securely in the iron railing of the little balcony. Chiquita tied the other end of the cord to the branch to which she was clinging, and then began to cross over the intervening space as before. But ere she was halfway over, the knot gave way, and poor Isabelle, for one moment of intense agony, thought that the child was lost. But, instead of falling into the moat beneath her, Chiquita, who did not appear to be in the least disconcerted by this accident, swung over against the wall below the balcony, and climbing up the cord hand over hand, leaped lightly into the room, before Isabelle had recovered her breath. Finding her very pale and tremulous, the child said smilingly, "You were frightened, eh? and thought Chiquita would fall down among the frogs in the moat. When I tied my cord to the branch, I only made a slipknot so that I could bring it back with me. I must have looked like a big spider climbing up its thread," she added with a laugh. "My dear child," said Isabelle with much feeling and kissing Chiquita's forehead, "you are a very brave little girl. I saw your friends. They had been searching and searching for you, but without Chiquita they would never have found out where you were hidden. The captain was rushing about like an angry lion. His eyes flashed fire. He was magnificent. I came back with him. He rode and held me in front of him. He is hidden in a little wood not far off. He and his comrades, they must keep out of sight, you know. This evening, as soon as it is dark, they will try to get in here to you by the tree, you know. There's sure to be a scrimmage, pistol shots and swords clashing. Oh, it will be splendid, for there's nothing so fine as a good fight when the men are in earnest and fierce and brave. Now don't you be frightened and scream, as silly women do. Nothing upsets them like that. You must just remain perfectly quiet and keep out of their way. If you like, I will come and stay by you, so that you will not be afraid." "Don't be uneasy about that, Chiquita. I will not annoy my brave friends, who come to save my life at the risk of their own, by any foolish fears or demonstrations. That I promise you." "That's right," the child replied, "and until they come, you can defend yourself with my knife, you know. Don't forget the proper way to use it. Strike like this, and then do so. You can rip him up beautifully. As for me, I'm going to hunt up a quiet corner where I can get a nap. No, I can't stay here, for we must not be seen together. It would never do. Now do you be sure to keep away from that window. You must not even go near it, no matter what you hear, for fear they might suspect that you hope for help from that direction. If they did, it would be all up with us, for they would send out and search the woods and beat the bushes and find our friends where they lie hidden. The whole thing would fall through, and you would have to stop here with this horrid duke that you hate so much." "I will not go near the window," Isabelle answered, "nor even look towards it, however much I may wish to. You may depend upon my discretion, Chiquita, I do assure you." Reassured upon this important point, Chiquita crept softly away and went back to the lower room where she had left the ruffians carousing. They were still there, lying about on the benches and the floor in a drunken sleep, and evidently had not even missed her. She curled herself up in a corner as far as might be from the loathsome brutes, and was asleep in a minute. The poor child was completely tired out. Her slender little feet had traveled 8 leagues the night before, running a good part of the way, and the return on horseback had perhaps fatigued her even more, being unaccustomed to it. Although her fragile little body had the strength and endurance of steel, she was worn out now, and lay, pale and motionless, in a sleep that seemed like death. "Dear me, how these children do sleep, to be sure," said Malartic when he roused himself at last and looked about him. "In spite of our carouse and all the noise we made, that little monkey in the corner there has never waked nor stirred. Halloa! Wake up, you fellows, drunken beasts that you are. Try to stand up on your hind legs and go out in the court and dash a bucket of cold water over your cursed heads. The Circe of drunkenness has made swine of you in earnest. Go and see if the baptism I recommend will turn you back into men, and then we'll take a little look round the place to make sure there's no plot hatching to rescue the little beauty we have in charge." The men scrambled to their feet slowly and with difficulty and staggered out into the court as best they might, where the fresh air and the treatment prescribed by Malartic did a good deal towards reviving them. But they were a sorry-looking set after all, and there were many aching heads among them. As soon as they were fit for it, Malartic took 3 of the least tipsy of them, and leading the way to a small postern that opened on the moat, unchained a rowboat lying there, crossed the broad ditch, ascended a steep flight of steps leading up the bank on the other side, and, leaving 1 man to guard the boat, proceeded to make a tour of inspection in the immediate vicinity of the chateau. Fortunately, without stumbling on the party concealed in the wood, or seeing anything to arouse their suspicions, so they returned to their quarters perfectly satisfied that there was no enemy lurking near. Meantime Isabelle, left quite alone, tried in vain to interest herself in a book she had found lying upon one of the side tables. She read a few pages mechanically and then, finding it impossible to fix her attention upon it, threw the volume from her and sat idly in front of the fire, which was blazing cheerily, thinking of her own true lover, and praying that he might be preserved from injury in the impending struggle. Evening came at last. A servant brought in lights, and soon after the major domo announced a visit from the Duke of Vallombreuse. He entered at once, and greeted his fair captive with the most finished courtesy. He looked very handsome, in a superb suit of pearl gray satin, richly trimmed with crimson velvet, and Isabelle could not but admire his personal appearance, much as she detested his character. "I have come to see, my adorable Isabelle, whether I shall be more kindly received than my flowers," said he, drawing up a chair beside hers. "I have not the vanity to think so, but I want you to become accustomed to my presence. Tomorrow another bouquet and another visit." "Both will be useless, my lord," she replied, "though I am sorry to have to be so rude as to say so, but I had much better be perfectly frank with you." "Ah, well," rejoined the Duke with a malicious smile, "I will dispense with hope and content myself with reality. You do not know, my poor child, what a Vallombres can do you, who vainly try to resist him. He has never yet known what it was to have an unsatisfied desire. He invariably gains his ends, in spite of all opposition. Nothing can stop him. Tears, supplication, laments, threats, even dead bodies and smoking ruins would not daunt him. Do not tempt him too powerfully by throwing new obstacles in his way, you imprudent child." Isabelle, frightened by the expression of his countenance as he spoke thus, instinctively pushed her chair farther away from his and felt for Chiquita's knife. But the wily Duke, seeing that he had made a mistake, instantly changed his tone, and begging her pardon most humbly for his vehemence, endeavored to persuade her by many specious arguments that she was wrong in persistently turning a deaf ear to his suit, setting forth at length, and in glowing words, all the advantages that would accrue to her if she would but yield to his wishes, and describing the happiness in store for her. While he was thus eloquently pleading his cause, Isabelle, who had given him only a divided attention, thought that she heard a peculiar little noise in the direction whence the longed-for aid was to come, and fearing that Vallombres might hear it also, hastened to answer him the instant that he paused, in a way to vex him still further, for she preferred his anger to his love-making. Also, she hoped that by quarreling with him, she would be able to prevent his perceiving the suspicious little sound now growing louder and more noticeable. "The happiness that you so eloquently describe, my lord, would be for me a disgrace, which I am resolved to escape by death, if all other means fail me. You never shall have me living. Formerly I regarded you with indifference, but now I both hate and despise you for your infamous, outrageous, and violent behavior to me, your helpless victim. Yes, I may as well tell you openly, and I glory in it, that I do love the Baron de Sigognac, whom you have more than once so basely tried to assassinate through your miserable hired ruffians." The strange noise still kept on, and Isabelle raised her voice to drown it. At her audacious, defiant words, so distinctly and impressively enunciated, hurled at him, as it were, Vallombreuse turned pale and his eyes flashed ominously. A light foam gathered about the corners of his mouth, and he laid hold of the handle of his sword. For an instant he thought of killing Isabelle himself, then and there. If he could not have her, at least no one else should. But he relinquished that idea almost as soon as it occurred to him, and with a hard, forced laugh said, as he sprang up and advanced impetuously towards Isabelle, who retreated before him, "Now, by all the devils in hell, I cannot help admiring you immensely in this mood. It is a new role for you, and you are deucedly charming in it. You have got such a splendid color, and your eyes are so bright, you are superb, I declare. I am greatly flattered at your blazing out into such dazzling beauty on my account. Upon my word I am. You have done well to speak out openly. I hate deceit. So you love de Sigognac, do you? So much the better. Say I, it will be all the sweeter to call you mine." It will be a pleasing variety to press ardent kisses upon sweet lips that say, I hate you, instead of the insipid, everlasting, I love you, that one gets a surfeit of from all the pretty women of one's acquaintance. Alarmed at this coarse language and the threatening gestures that accompanied it, Isabelle started back and drew out Chiquita's knife. Bravo! Cried the Duke. Here comes the traditional poniard. We are being treated to a bit of high tragedy. But, my fierce little beauty, if you are well up in your Roman history, you will remember that the chaste mom, Lucretia, did not make use of her dagger until after the assault of Sextus, the bold son of Tarquin the Proud. That ancient and much-cited example is a good one to follow. And without paying any more attention to the knife than to a bee sting, he had violently seized Isabelle in his arms before she could raise it to strike. Just at that moment a loud cracking noise was heard, followed by a tremendous crash, and the casement fell clattering to the floor, with every pane of glass in it shattered, as if a giant had put his knee against it and broken it in, while a mass of branches protruded through the opening into the room. It was the top of the tree that Chiquita had made such good use of as a way of escape and return. The trunk, sawed nearly through by de Sigognac and his companions, was guided in its fall so as to make a means of access to Isabelle's window, both bridging the moat and answering all the purposes of a ladder. The Duke of Vallombrosa, astonished at this most extraordinary intrusion upon his love-making, released his trembling victim and drew his sword. Chiquita, who had crept into the room unperceived when the crash came, pulled Isabelle's sleeve and whispered, "Come into this corner, out of the way, the dance is going to begin." As she spoke, several pistol shots were heard without, and 4 of the Duke's ruffians, who were doing garrison duty, came rushing up the stairs, 4 steps at a time, and dashed into the room sword in hand, and eager for the fray. Chapter 17. The Amethyst Ring. The topmost branches of the tree, protruding through the window, rendered the center of the room untenable, so Malartic and his 3 aides ranged themselves 2 and 2 against the wall on either side of it, armed with pistols and swords ready to give the assailants a warm welcome. "You had better retire, my Lord Duke, or else put on a mask," whispered Malartic to the young nobleman, "so that you may not be seen and recognized in this affair." "What do I care?" cried Vallombrosa, flourishing his sword. "I am not afraid of anybody in the world, and besides, those who see me will never go away from this to tell of it. But at least your lordship will place this second Helen in some safe retreat. A stray bullet might so easily deprive your highness of the prize that cost so dear, and it would be such a pity." The Duke, finding this advice judicious, went at once over to where Isabelle was standing beside Chiquita, and throwing his arms round her, attempted to carry her into the next room. The poor girl made a desperate resistance, and slipping from the Duke's grasp, rushed to the window, regardless of danger, crying, "Save me, de Sigognac! Save me, de Sigognac! Save me!" A voice from without answered, "I am coming." But before he could reach the window, Vallombrosa had again seized his prey, and succeeded in carrying her into the adjoining room, closing and bolting the stout oaken door behind him, just as de Sigognac bounded into the chamber he had quitted. His entrance was so sudden, and so swiftly and boldly made, that he entirely escaped the pistol shots aimed at him, and the 4 bullets all fell harmless. When the smoke had cleared away, and the garrison saw that he was unhurt, a murmur of astonishment arose, and one of the men exclaimed aloud that Captain Fracasse, the only name by which they knew him, must bear a charmed life. Whereupon Malartic cried, "Leave him to me, I'll soon finish him. And do you 3 keep a strict guard over the window there, for there will be more to follow this one if I am not mistaken." But he did not find his self-imposed task as easy as he supposed, for de Sigognac was ready for him, and gave him plenty to do, though his surprise and disappointment were overwhelming when he found that Isabelle was nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" he cried impetuously. "Where is Isabelle? I heard her voice in here only a moment ago." "Don't ask me," Malartic retorted. "You didn't give her into my charge." And all this time their swords were flashing and clashing as the combat between them grew more animated. A moment later, before the men had finished reloading their pistols, Scapin dashed in through the window, throwing a remarkable somersault like an acrobat as he came, and seeing that the three ruffians had laid down their swords beside them on the floor while attending to their other weapons, he seized upon them all, ere their owners had recovered from their astonishment at his extraordinary advent, and hurled them through the broken casement down into the moat. Then, laying hold of one of the three from behind, and pinning down his arm securely, he placed him in front of himself for a shield, turning him dexterously this way and that, in order to keep his body always between his own and the enemy, so that they dared not fire upon him lest they should kill their comrade, who was vehemently beseeching them to spare his life and vainly struggling to escape from Scapin's iron grip. The combat between de Sigognac and Malartic was still going on, but at last the Baron, who had already wounded his adversary slightly, and whose agony and desperation at being kept from prosecuting his search for Isabelle were intense, wrested Malartic's sword from his grasp by a dexterous man-turver with his own, and putting his foot upon it as it lay on the floor, raised the point of his blade to the professional ruffian's throat, crying, "Surrender, or you are a dead man." At this critical moment, another one of the besieging party burst in through the window, who, seeing at a glance how matters stood, said to Malartic in an authoritative tone, "You can surrender without dishonor to this valiant hero. You are entirely at his mercy. You have done your duty loyally. Now consider yourself a prisoner of war." Then turning to de Sigognac, he said, "You may trust his word, for he is an honorable fellow in his way, and will not molest you again. I will answer for him." Malartic made a gesture of acquiescence, and the Baron let him go, whereupon the discomfited bully picked up his sword and with a crestfallen air walked off, very disconsolately, to a corner, where he sat down and occupied himself in staunching the blood that was flowing from his wound. The other three men were quickly conquered, and, at the suggestion of the latest comer, were securely bound hand and foot as they lay upon the floor, and then left to reflect upon their misfortunes. "They can't do any more mischief now," said Jacquemin Lamporte, mockingly, for it was that famous fighting man in person, who, in his enthusiastic admiration, or rather adoration, for de Sigognac, had offered his services on this momentous occasion, services by no means to be despised. As to the brave Herod, he was doing good service in fighting the rest of the garrison below. They had hastened out and crossed the moat in the little rowboat as quickly as possible after the alarm was given, but arrived too late, as we have seen, to prevent the assailants from ascending their strange scaling ladder. So they determined to follow, hoping to overtake and dislodge some of them. But Herod, who had found the upper branches bending and cracking in a very ominous manner under his great weight, was forced to turn about and make his way back to the main trunk, where, under cover of darkness, he quietly awaited the climbing foe. Mirandol, who commanded this detachment of the garrison, was first, and being completely taken by surprise, was easily dislodged and thrown down into the water below. The next one, aroused to a sense of his danger by this, pulled out a pistol and fired, but in the agitation of the moment, in the darkness, missed his aim, so that he was entirely at the tyrant's mercy, and in an instant was held suspended over the deep waters of the moat. He clung desperately to a little branch he had managed to lay hold of, and made such a brave fight for his life, that Herod, who was merciful by nature, though so fierce of aspect, decided to make terms with him, if he could do so without injuring the interests of his own party, and upon receiving a solemn promise from him to remain strictly neutral during the remainder of the fray, the powerful actor lifted him up with the greatest ease, and seated him in safety upon the tree trunk again. The poor fellow was so grateful that he was even better than his word, for, making use of the password in giving a pretended order from Mirandol to the other two, who were some distance behind him, and ignorant of what had happened, he sent them off post-haste to attend to an imaginary foe at some distance from the chateau, availing himself of their absence to make good his escape, after heartily thanking Herod for his clemency. The moon was just rising, and by its light the tyrant spied the little rowboat, lying not very far off at the foot of a flight of steps in the steep bank, and he was not slow to make use of it to cross the moat and penetrate into the interior court of the chateau, the postern having been fortunately left open. Looking about him to see how he could best rejoin his comrades within the building, his eyes fell upon the porch guarded by the two huge calm sphinxes, and he wisely concluded that through it must lie his way to the scene of action. Meantime, de Sigognac, Scapin, and Lamporte, having a chance to look about them, were horrified to find that they were prisoners in the room where the battle had been fought. In vain they tried to burst open the stout oaken door, which was their only means of egress, for the tree had but a moment before given way and fallen with a loud crash into the moat. In vain they strove to cut through one of the panels or force the lock from its fastenings. To de Sigognac this delay was maddening, for he knew that the Duke of Valombresse had carried Isabelle away, and that he must still be with her. He worked like a giant himself, and incited the others to redouble their efforts, making battering rams of various pieces of furniture, resorting to every means that their ingenuity could devise, but without making the least impression on the massive barrier. They had paused in dismay, when suddenly a slight, grinding noise was heard, like a key turning in a lock, and the door, so unsuccessfully attacked, opened as if by magic before them. "What good angel has come to our aid?" cried de Sigognac, "and by what miracle does this door open of itself, after having so stoutly resisted all our efforts?" "There is neither angel nor miracle, only Chiquita," answered a quiet little voice, as the child appeared from behind the door and fixed her great dark liquid eyes calmly on de Sigognac. She had managed to slip out with Valombresse and Isabelle, entirely unnoticed by the former, and in the hope of being of use to the latter. "Where is Isabelle?" cried the Baron as he crossed the threshold and looked anxiously round the anteroom, which was dimly lighted by one little flickering lamp. For a moment he did not perceive her. The Duke of Valombresse, surprised at the sudden opening of the door, which he had believed to be securely fastened and impenetrable, had retreated into a corner and placed Isabelle, who was almost fainting from terror and exhaustion, behind him. She had sunk upon her knees with her head leaning against the wall, her long hair, which had come down, falling about her, and her dress in the utmost disorder, for she had struggled desperately in the arms of her captor, who, feeling that his fair victim was about to escape from his clutches, had vainly striven to snatch a few kisses from the sweet lips so temptingly near his own. "Here she is," said Chiquita, "in this corner behind the Duke of Valombrose, but to get to her you must first kill him." "Of course I shall kill him," cried de Sigognac, advancing sword in hand towards the young Duke, who was ready to receive him. "We shall see about that, Sir Captain Fracasse, doughty knight of Bohemians," said Valombrose disdainfully, and the conflict began. The Duke was not de Sigognac's equal at this kind of work, but still he was skilful and brave, and had had too much good instruction to handle his sword like a broom stick, as Lamporte expressed it. He stood entirely upon the defensive, and was exceedingly wary and prudent, hoping, as his adversary must be already considerably fatigued by his encounter with Malartic, that he might be able to get the better of him this time and retrieve his previous defeat. At the very beginning he had succeeded in raising a small silver whistle to his lips with his left hand, and its shrill summons brought 5 or 6 armed attendants into the room. "Carry away this woman," he cried, "and put out those 2 rascals. I will take care of the captain myself." The sudden interruption of these fresh forces astonished de Sigognac, and as he saw 2 of the men lift up and carry off Isabelle, who had fainted quite away, he was thrown for an instant off his guard and very nearly run through the body by his opponent. Roused to a sense of his danger, he attacked the Duke with renewed fury, and with a terrible thrust that made him reel, wounded him seriously in the upper part of the chest. Meanwhile, Lamporte and Scapin had shown the Duke's lackeys that it would not be a very easy matter to put them out, and were handling them rather roughly, when the cowardly fellows, seeing that their master was wounded and leaning against the wall, deathly pale, thought that he was done for, and although they were fully armed, took to their heels and fled, deaf to his feeble cry for assistance. While all this was going on, the tyrant was making his way up the grand staircase as fast as his corpulence would permit, and reached the top just in time to see Isabelle, pale, disheveled, motionless, and apparently dead, being borne along the corridor by two lackeys. Without stopping to make any inquiries, and full of wrath at the thought that the sweet girl had fallen a victim to the wickedness of the cruel Duke of Valumbrace, he drew his sword and fell upon the two men with such fury that they dropped their light burden and fled down the stairs as fast as their legs could carry them. Then he knelt down beside the unconscious girl, raised her gently in his arms, and found that her heart was beating, though but feebly, and that she apparently had no wound, while she sighed faintly, like a person beginning to revive after a swoon. In this position he was found by de Sigognac, who had effectually gotten rid of Valumbrace by the famous and well-directed thrust that had thrown Jaquemin Lamport into a rapture of admiration and delight. He knelt down beside his darling, took both her hands in his, and said in the most tender tones, that Isabelle heard vaguely as if in a dream, "Rouse yourself, dear heart, and fear nothing. You are safe now with your own friends, and your own true lover. Nobody can harm or frighten you again." Although she did not yet open her eyes, a faint smile dawned upon the colorless lips, and her cold, trembling little fingers feebly returned the tender pressure of de Sigognac's warm hands. Lamport stood by and looked down with tearful eyes upon this touching group, for he was exceedingly romantic and sentimental, and always intensely interested in a love affair. Suddenly, in the midst of the profound silence that had succeeded to the uproar of the mêlée, the winding of a horn was heard without, and in a moment energetically repeated. It was evidently a summons that had to be instantly obeyed. The drawbridge was lowered in haste, with a great rattling of chains, and a carriage driven rapidly into the court, while the red flaring light of torches flashed through the windows of the corridor. In another minute the door of the vestibule was thrown open, and hasty steps ascended the grand staircase. First came 4 tall lackeys, in rich liveries, carrying lights, and directly behind them a tall, noble-looking man, who was dressed from head to foot in black velvet, with an order shining on his breast, of those that are usually reserved for kings and princes of the blood, and only very exceptionally bestowed upon the most illustrious personages. When the 4 lackeys reached the landing at the head of the stairs, they silently ranged themselves against the wall, and stood like statues bearing torches, without the raising of an eyelid, or the slightest change in the stolid expression of their countenances to indicate that they perceived anything out of the usual way, exhibiting in perfection that miraculous imperturbability and self-command which is peculiar to well-bred, thoroughly trained menservants. The gentleman whom they had preceded paused ere he stepped upon the landing. Although age had brought wrinkles to his handsome face and turned his abundant dark hair gray, it was still easy to recognize in him the original of the portrait that had so fascinated Isabelle, and whose protection she had passionately implored in her distress. It was the princely father of Valumbrace, the son bearing a different name, that of a duchy he possessed, until he in his turn should become the head of the family and succeed to the title of prince. At sight of Isabelle, supported by de Sigognac and the tyrant, whose ghastly pallor made her look like one dead, the aged gentleman raised his arms towards heaven and groaned. "Alas, I am too late," said he, "for all the haste I made," and advancing a few steps, he bent over the prostrate girl, and took her lifeless hand in his. Upon this hand, white, cold, and diaphanous, as if it had been sculptured in alabaster, shone a ring set with an amethyst of unusual size. The old nobleman seemed strangely agitated as it caught his eye. He drew it gently from Isabelle's slender finger, with a trembling hand signed to one of the torch-bearers to bring his light nearer, and by it eagerly examined the device cut upon the stone, first holding it close to the light, and then at arm's length, as those whose eyesight is impaired by age are wont to do. The Baron de Sigognac, Hérode, and Lamport anxiously watched the agitated movements of the prince, and his change of expression, as he contemplated this jewel, which he seemed to recognize, and which he turned and twisted between his fingers, with a pained look in his face, as if some great trouble had befallen him. "Where is the Duke of Valumbrace?" he cried at last, in a voice of thunder. "Where is that monster in human shape, who is unworthy of my race?" He had recognized, without a possibility of doubt in this ring, the one bearing a fanciful device with which he had been accustomed long ago to seal the notes he wrote to Cornelia Isabelle's mother and his own youthful love. How happened it that this ring was on the finger of the young actress who had been forcibly and shamefully abducted by Valumbrace? From whom could she have received it? These questions were torturing to him. "Can it be possible that she is Cornelia's daughter and mine?" said the prince to himself. "Her profession, her age, her sweet face, in which I can trace a softened, beautified likeness of her mother's, but which has a peculiarly high-bred, refined expression worthy of a royal princess, all combine to make me believe it must be so. Then, alas, alas, it is his own sister that this cursed libertine has so wronged, and he has been guilty of a horrible, horrible crime. Oh, I am cruelly punished for my youthful folly and sin." Isabelle at length opened her eyes, and her first look fell upon the prince holding the ring that he had drawn from her finger. It seemed to her as if she had seen his face before, but in youth, without the gray hair and beard. It seemed also to be an aged copy of the portrait over the chimney-piece in her room, and a feeling of profound veneration filled her heart as she gazed at him. She saw, too, her beloved de Sigognac kneeling beside her, watching her with tenderest devotion, and the worthy tyrant as well, both safe and sound. To the horrors of the terrible struggle had succeeded the peace and security of deliverance. She had nothing more to fear, for her friends or for herself. How could she ever be thankful enough? The prince, who had been gazing at her with passionate earnestness, as if her fair face possessed an irresistible charm for him, now addressed her in low, moved tones. "Mademoiselle, will you kindly tell me how you came by this ring, which recalls very dear and sacred memories to me? Has it been long in your possession? I have had it ever since my infancy. It is the only thing that my poor mother left me," Isabelle replied with gentle dignity. "And who was your mother? Will you tell me something about her?" continued the prince with increasing emotion. "Her name was Cornelia, and she was an actress belonging to the same troupe that I am a member of now." "Cornelia! Then there is no possible doubt about it," murmured the prince to himself in great agitation. "Yes, it is certainly she whom I have been seeking all these years, and now to find her thus." Then, controlling his emotion, he resumed his usual calm, majestic demeanor, and turning back to Isabelle, said to her, "Permit me to keep this ring for the present. I will soon give it back to you." "I am content to leave it in your lordship's hands," the young actress replied, in whose mind the memory of a face that she had seen long years ago bending over her cradle was growing clearer and more distinct every moment. "Gentlemen," said the prince, turning to de Sigognac and his companions, "under any other circumstances I might find your presence here in my chateau, with arms in your hands, unwarranted. But I am aware of the necessity that drove you to forcibly invade this mansion, hitherto sacred from such scenes as this. I know that violence must be met with violence and justifies it. Therefore I shall take no further notice of what has happened here tonight, and you need have no fears of any evil consequences to yourselves because of your share in it. But where is the Duke of Valumbrace, that degenerate son who disgraces my old age?" As if in obedience to his father's call, the young duke at that moment appeared upon the threshold of the door leading into what had been Isabelle's apartment, supported by Malartic. He was frightfully pale, and his clenched hand pressed a handkerchief tightly upon his wounded chest. He came forward with difficulty, looking like a ghost. Only a strong effort of will kept him from falling, an effort that gave to his face the immobility of a marble mask. He had heard the voice of his father, whom, depraved and shameless as he was, he yet respected and dreaded, and he hoped to be able to conceal his wound from him. He bit his lips so as not to cry out or groan in his agony, and resolutely swallowed down the bloody foam that kept rising and filling his mouth. He even took off his hat, in spite of the frightful pain the raising of his arm caused him, and stood uncovered and silent before his angry parent. "Sir," said the prince severely, "your misdeeds transcend all limits, and your behavior is such that I shall be forced to implore the king to send you to prison or into exile. You are not fit to be at large. Abduction, imprisonment, criminal assault. These are not simple gallantries. And though I might be willing to pardon and overlook many excesses committed in the wildness of licentious youth, I never could bring myself to forgive a deliberate and premeditated crime. Do you know, you monster," he continued, approaching Vallambres and whispering in his ear so that no one else could hear, "do you know who this young girl is? This good and chaste Isabelle, whom you have forcibly abducted in spite of her determined and virtuous resistance. She is your own sister. May she replace the son you are about to lose," the young duke replied, attacked by a sudden faintness and an agony of pain which he felt that he could not long endure and live. "But I am not as guilty as you suppose. Isabelle is pure stainless. I swear it by the God before whom I must shortly appear. Death does not lie, and you may believe what I say upon the word of a dying gentleman." These words were uttered loudly and distinctly, so as to be heard by all. Isabelle turned her beautiful eyes, wet with tears, upon de Sigognac, and read in those of her true and faithful lover that he had not waited for the solemn attestation, in extremis, of the Duke of Vallambrouse, to believe in the perfect purity of her whom he adored. "But what is the matter?" asked the prince, holding out his hand to his son, who staggered and swayed to and fro in spite of Melodic's efforts to support him, and whose face was fairly livid. "Nothing, father," answered Vallambres in a scarcely articulate voice. "Nothing, only I am dying." And he fell at full length on the floor before the prince could clasp him in his arms, as he endeavored to do. "He did not fall on his face," said Jaquemin Lamporte sententiously. "It's nothing but a fainting fit. He may escape yet. We duelists are familiar with this sort of thing, my lord, a great deal more so than most medical men, and you may depend upon what I say. A doctor, cried the prince, forgetting his anger as he saw his son lying apparently lifeless at his feet. "Perhaps this man is right, and there may be some hope for him yet. A fortune to whomsoever will save my son. My only son, the last scion of a noble race. Go, run quickly. What are you about? There? Don't you understand me? Go, I say, and run as fast as you can. Take the fleetest horse in the stable." Whereupon 2 of the imperturbable lackeys, who had held their torches throughout this exciting scene without moving a muscle, hastened off to execute their master's orders. Some of his own servants now came forward, raised up the unconscious Duke of Vallambres with every possible care and precaution, and by his father's command carried him to his own room and laid him on his own bed, the aged prince following, with a face from which grief and anxiety had already driven away all traces of anger. He saw his race extinct in the death of this son, whom he so dearly loved despite his fault, and whose vices he forgot for the moment, remembering only his brilliant and lovable qualities. A profound melancholy took complete possession of him as he stood for a few moments plunged in a sorrowful reverie that everybody respected. Isabelle, entirely revived and no longer feeling at all faint, had risen to her feet, and now stood between de Sigognac and the tyrant, adjusting with a trembling hand her disordered dress and dishevelled hair. Lamport and Scapin had retired to a little distance from them and held themselves modestly aloof, whilst the men within, still bound hand and foot, kept as quiet as possible, fearful of their fate if brought to the prince's notice. At length that aged nobleman returned, and breaking the terrible silence that had weighed upon all, said, in severe tones, "Let all those who place their services at the disposition of the Duke of Vallambres to aid him in indulging his evil passions and committing a terrible crime, quit this chateau instantly. I will refrain from placing you in the hands of the public executioner, though you richly deserve it. Go now, vanish, get ye back to your lairs, and rest assured that justice will not fail to overtake you at last." These words were not complimentary, but the trembling offenders were, thankful to get off so easily, and the ruffians, whom Lamporta and Scapin had unbound, followed Malartic down the stairs in silence, without daring to claim their promised reward. When they had disappeared, the prince advanced and took Isabelle by the hand, and gently detaching her from the group of which she had formed a part, led her over to where he had been standing, and kept her beside him. "Stay here, mademoiselle," he said. "Your place is henceforth by my side. It is the least that you can do to fulfill your duty as my daughter, since you are the innocent means of depriving me of my son." And he wiped away a tear that, despite all his efforts to control his grief, rolled down his withered cheek. Then turning to de Sigognac, he said with an incomparably noble gesture, "Sir, you are at liberty to withdraw with your brave companions. Isabelle will have nothing to fear under her father's protection, and this chateau will be her home for the present. Now that her birth is made known, it is not fitting that my daughter should return to Paris with you. I thank you, though it cost me the hope of perpetuating my race, for having spared my son a disgraceful action. What do I say? An abominable crime. I would rather have a blood-stain on my escutcheon than a dishonorable blot. Since Volumbrius was infamous in his conduct, you have done well to kill him. You have acted like a true gentleman, which I am assured that you are, in chivalrously protecting weakness, innocence, and virtue. You are nobly in the right. That my daughter's honor has been preserved unstained, I owe to you, and it compensates me for the loss of my son. At least my reason tells me that it should do so, but the father's heart rebels, and unjust ideas of revenge might arise, which I should find it difficult to conquer and set at rest. Therefore you had better go your way now, and whatever the result may be, I will not pursue or molest you. I will try to forget that a terrible necessity turned your sword against my son's life." "My lord," said de Sigognac with profound respect, "I feel so keenly for your grief as a father that I would have accepted any reproaches, no matter how bitter and unjust, from you, without one word of protest or feeling of resentment, even though I cannot reproach myself for my share in this disastrous conflict. I do not wish to say anything to justify myself in your eyes at the expense of the unhappy Duke of Vallombreos, but I beg you to believe that this quarrel was not of my seeking. He persistently threw himself in my way, and I have done everything I could to spare him in more than one encounter. Even here it was his own blind fury that led to his being wounded. I leave Isabelle, who is dearer to me than my own soul, in your hands, and shall grieve my whole life long for this sad victory, which is a veritable and terrible defeat for me, since it destroys my happiness. Ah, if only I could have been slain myself instead of your unhappy son, it would have been better and happier for me." He bowed with grave dignity to the prince, who courteously returned his salute, exchanged a long look, eloquent of passionate love and heartbreaking regret, with Isabelle, and went sadly down the grand staircase, followed by his companions, not however without glancing back more than once at the sweet girl he was leaving, who, to save herself from falling, leaned heavily against the railing of the landing, sobbing as if her heart would break, and pressing a handkerchief to her streaming eyes. And, so strange a thing is the human heart, the Baron de Sigognac departed much comforted by the bitter grief and tears of her whom he so devotedly loved and worshipped. He and his friends went on foot to the little wood where they had left their horses tied to the trees, found them undisturbed, mounted, and returned to Paris. "What do you think, my lord, of all these wonderful events?" said the tyrant, after a long silence, to de Sigognac, beside whom he was riding. "It all ends up like a regular tragi-comedy. Who would ever have dreamed, in the midst of the melee, of the sudden entrance upon the scene of the grand old princely father, preceded by torches, and coming to put a little wholesome restraint on the two atrociously outrageous pranks of his dissolute young son? and then the recognition of Isabelle as his daughter by means of the ring with a peculiar device of his own engraved upon it. Haven't you seen exactly the same sort of thing on the stage? But after all, it is not so surprising perhaps as it seems at the first glance, since the theater is only a copy of real life. Therefore real life should resemble it, just as the original does the portrait, eh? I have always heard that our sweet little actress was of noble birth. Blasius and old Mimi. Leonard remembers seeing the prince when he was devoted to Cornelia. The duenna has often tried to persuade Isabelle to seek out her father, but she is of too modest and gentle a nature to take a step of that kind, not wishing to intrude upon a family that might reject her, and willing to content herself in her own lowly position. Yes, I knew all about that, rejoined de Sigognac, for Isabelle told me some time ago her mother's history and spoke of the ring, but without attaching any importance to the fact of her illustrious origin. It is very evident, however, from the nobility and delicacy of her nature, without any other proof, that princely blood flows in her veins, and also the refined, pure, elevated type of her beauty testifies to her descent. But what a terrible fatality that this cursed Valombres should turn out to be her brother. There is a dead body between us now, a stream of blood separates us, and yet I could not save her honor in any other way. Unhappy mortal that I am! I have myself created the obstacle upon which my love is wrecked, and killed my hopes of future bliss with the very sword that defended the purity of the woman I adore. In guarding her I love, I have put her away from me forever. How could I go now and present myself to Isabelle with blood-stained hands? Alas, that the blood which I was forced to shed in her defense should have been her brother's. Even if she, in her heavenly goodness, could forgive me and look upon me without a feeling of horror, the prince, her father, would repulse and curse me as the murderer of his only son. I was born, alas, under an unlucky star. Yes, it is all very sad and lamentable, certainly, said the tyrant, but worse entanglements than this have come out all right in the end. You must remember that the Duke of Valombres is only half-brother to Isabelle, and that they were aware of the relationship but for a few minutes before he fell dead at our feet, which must make a great difference in her feelings. And besides, she hated that overbearing nobleman who pursued her so cruelly with his violent and scandalous gallantries. The prince himself was far from being satisfied with his wretched son, who was ferocious as Nero, dissolute as Heliogabalus, and perverse as Satan himself, and who would have been hanged 10 times over if he had not been a duke. Do not be so disheartened. Things may turn out a great deal better than you think now. God grant it, my good Hérold, said de Sigognac fervently. But naturally I cannot feel happy about it. It would have been far better for all if I had been killed instead of the Duke, since Isabelle would have been safe from his criminal pursuit under her father's care. And then I may as well tell you all. A secret horror froze the very marrow in my bones when I saw that handsome young man, but a moment before so full of life, fire, and passion, fall lifeless, pale and stiff at my feet. Héhod. The death of a man is a grave thing, and though I cannot suffer from remorse for this one, since I have committed no crime, still, all the time I see Valombres before me, lying, motionless and ghastly, with the blood oozing slowly from his wound. It haunts me. I cannot drive the horrid sight away. That is all wrong, said the tyrant, soothingly, for the other was much excited. For you could not have done otherwise. Your conscience should not reproach you. You have acted throughout, from the very beginning to the end, like the noble gentleman that you are. These scruples are owing to exhaustion, to the feverishness due to the excitement you have gone through, and the chill from the night air. We will gallop on swiftly in a moment, to set our blood flowing more freely and drive away these sad thoughts of yours. But one thing must be promptly done. You must quit Paris forthwith and retire for a time to some quiet retreat until all this trouble is forgotten. The violent death of the Duke of Valombres will make a stir at the court, and in the city, no matter how much pains may be taken to keep the facts from the public, and, Although he was not at all popular, indeed very much the reverse, there will be much regret expressed, and you will probably be severely blamed. But now, let us put spurs to these lazy steeds of ours, and try to get on a little faster. While they are galloping towards Paris, we will return to the chateau as quiet now as it had been, noisy a little while before. In the young duke's room, a candelabrum, with several branches, stood on a round table, so that the light from the candles fell upon the bed, where he lay with closed eyes, as motionless as a corpse, and as pale. The walls of the large chamber, above a high wainscot of ebony picked out with gold, were hung with superb tapestry representing the history of Medea and Jason, with all its murderous and revolting details. Here, Medea was seen cutting the body of Peleus into pieces, under pretext of restoring his youth there. The madly jealous woman and unnatural mother was murdering her own children. In another panel she was fleeing, surfeited with vengeance, in her chariot, drawn by huge dragons breathing out flames of fire. The tapestry was certainly magnificent in quality and workmanship, rich in coloring, artistic in design, and very costly but inexpressibly repulsive. These mythological horrors gave the luxurious room an intensely disagreeable, lugubrious aspect, and testified to the natural ferocity and cruelty of the person who had selected them. Behind the bed the crimson silk curtains had been drawn apart, exposing to view the representation of Jason's terrible conflict with the fierce, brazen bulls that guarded the golden fleece, and Valambrus, lying senseless below them, looked as if he might have been one of their victims. Various suits of clothes, of the greatest richness and elegance, which had been successively tried on and rejected, were scattered about, and in a splendid great Japanese vase, standing on an ebony table near the head of the bed, was a bouquet of beautiful flowers, destined to replace the one Isabelle had already refused to receive its glowing tints, making a strange contrast with the death-like face, which was whiter than the snowy pillow it rested on. The prince, sitting in an armchair beside the bed, gazed at his unconscious son with mournful intentness, and bent down from time to time to listen at the slightly parted lips. But no fluttering breath came through them. All was still. Never had the young duke looked handsomer. The haughty, fierce expression, habitual with him, had given place to a serenity that was wonderfully beautiful, though so like death. As the father contemplated the perfect face and form, so soon to crumble into dust, he forgot in his overwhelming grief that the soul of a demon had animated it, and he thought sorrowfully of the great name that had been revered and honored for centuries past, but which could not go down to centuries to come. More even than the death of his son did he mourn for the extinction of his home. Isabelle stood at the foot of the bed, with clasped hands, praying with her whole soul for this newfound brother who had expiated his crime with his life, the crime of loving too much, which woman pardons so easily. The prince, who had been for some time holding his son's icy cold hand between both his own, suddenly thought that he could feel a slight warmth in it, and not realizing that he himself had imparted it, allowed himself to hope again. "Will the doctor never come?" he cried impatiently. "Something may yet be done. I am persuaded of it." Even as he spoke the door opened and the surgeon appeared, followed by an assistant carrying a case of instruments. He bowed to the prince, and without saying one word went straight to the bedside, felt the patient's pulse, put his hand over his heart, and shook his head despondingly. However, to make sure, he drew a little mirror of polished steel from his pocket, removed it from its case, and held it for a moment over the parted lips. Then, upon examining its surface closely, he found that a slight dimness was visible upon it. Surprised at this unexpected indication of life, he repeated the experiment, and again the little mirror was dimmed, Isabelle and the prince meantime breathlessly watching every movement and even the expression of the doctor's face. "Life is not entirely extinct," he said at last, turning to the anxious father, as he wiped the polished surface of his tiny mirror. "The patient still breathes, and as long as there is life there is hope. but do not give yourself up to a premature joy that might render your grief more bitter afterwards. I only say that the Duke of Vallombrouse has not yet breathed his last. That is all. Now I am going to probe the wound, which perhaps is not fatal, as it did not kill him at once. You must not stay here, Isabelle, said the prince tenderly. Such sights are too trying for a young girl like you. Go to your own room now, my dear, and I will let you know the doctor's verdict as soon as he has pronounced it. Isabelle accordingly withdrew and was conducted to an apartment that had been made ready for her, the one she had occupied being all in disorder after the terrible scenes that had been enacted there. The surgeon proceeded with his examination, and when it was finished said to the prince, "My lord, will you please to order a cot put up in that corner yonder, and have a light supper sent in for my assistant and myself? We shall remain for the night with the Duke of Vallombrouse and take turns in watching him. I must be with him constantly so as to note every symptom, to combat promptly those that are unfavorable, and aid those that are the reverse. Your Highness may trust everything to me, and feel assured that all that human skill and science can do towards saving your son's life shall be faithfully done. Let me advise you to go to your own room now, and try to get some rest. I think I may safely answer for my patient's life until the morning." A little calmed and much encouraged by this assurance, the prince retired to his own apartment, where every hour a servant brought him a bulletin from the sick room. As to Isabelle, lying in her luxurious bed and vainly trying to sleep, she lived over again in imagination all the wonderful as well as terrible experiences of the last 2 days, and tried to realize her new position, that she was now the acknowledged daughter of a mighty prince, than whom only royalty was higher, that the dreaded Duke of Vallombrouse, so handsome and winning despite his perversity, was no longer a bold lover to be feared and detested, but a brother, whose passion, if he lived, would doubtless be Dalais, but chided by poets, but to but hatcher will it her aid. Fraternal affection. This chateau, no longer her prison, had become her home, and she was treated by all with the respect and consideration due to the daughter of its master. From what had seemed to be her ruin had arisen her good fortune, and a destiny radiant, unhoped for, and beyond her wildest flights of fancy. Yet surrounded as she was by everything to make her happy and content, Isabelle was far from feeling so. She was astonished at herself for being sad and listless instead of joyous and exultant. But the thought of de Sigognac, so infinitely dear to her, so far more precious than any other earthly blessing, weighed upon her heart, and the separation from him was a sorrow for which nothing could console her. Yet now that their relative positions were so changed, might not a great happiness be in store for her? Did not this very change bring her nearer in reality to that true, brave, faithful, and devoted lover, though for the moment they were parted? As a poor nameless actress, she had refused to accept his offered hand, lest such an alliance should be disadvantageous to him and stand in the way of his advancement. But now how joyfully would she give herself to him! The daughter of a great and powerful prince would be a fitting wife for the Baron de Sigognac. But if he were the murderer of her father's only son, then indeed they could never join hands over a grave. And even if the young duke should recover, he might cherish a lasting resentment for the man who had not only dared to oppose his wishes and designs, but had also defeated and wounded him. As to the prince, good and generous though he was, still he might not be able to bring himself to look with favor upon the man who had almost deprived him of his son. Then, too, he might desire some other alliance for his new-found daughter. It was not impossible, but in her inmost heart she promised herself to be faithful to her first and only love, to take refuge in a convent rather than accept the hand of any other, even though that other were as handsome as Apollo, and gifted as the prince of a fairy tale. Comforted by this secret vow, by which she dedicated her life and love to de Sigognac, whether their destiny should give them to each other, or keep them asunder, Isabelle was just falling into a sweet sleep when a slight sound made her open her eyes, and they fell upon Chiquita, standing at the foot of the bed and gazing at her with a thoughtful, melancholy air. "What is it, my dear child?" said Isabelle in her sweetest tones. "You did not go away with the others, then? I am glad, and if you would like to stay here with me, Chiquita, I will keep you and care for you tenderly, as is justly due to you, my dear, for you have done a great deal for me." "I love you dearly," answered Chiquita, "but I cannot stay with you while Agostino lives. He is my master. I must follow him. But I have one favor to beg before I leave you. If you think that I have earned the pearl necklace now, will you kiss me? No one ever did but you, and it was so sweet." "Indeed I will, and with all my heart," said Isabelle, taking the child's thin face between her hands and kissing her warmly on her brown cheeks, which flushed crimson under the soft caress. "And now, good-bye," said Chiquita, when after a few moments of silence she had resumed her usual sang-froid. She turned quickly away, but catching sight of the knife she had given Isabelle, which lay upon the dressing-table, she seized it eagerly, saying, "Give me back my knife now, you will not need it any more," and vanished. Chapter 18. A Family Party. The next morning found the young Duke of Bayonbrise still living, though his life hung by so slender a thread that the surgeon, who anxiously watched his every breath, feared from moment to moment that it might break. He was a learned and skilful man, this same Maître Laurent, who only needed some favorable opportunity to bring him into notice and make him as celebrated as he deserved to be. His remarkable talents and skill had only been exercised thus far in anima vili, among the lower orders of society whose living or dying was a matter of no moment whatever. But now had come at last the chance so long sighed for in secret, and he felt that the recovery of his illustrious patient was of paramount importance to himself. The worthy doctors Amour propre and ambition were both actively engaged in this desperate duel he was fighting with death, and he set his teeth and determined that the victory must rest with him. In order to keep the whole glory of the triumph for himself, he had persuaded the prince not without difficulty to renounce his intention of sending for the bisquote, most celebrated surgeons in Paris, assuring him that he himself was perfectly capable to do all that could be done, and pleading that nothing was more dangerous than a change of treatment in such a case as this. Maître Laurent conquered, and feeling that there was now no danger of his being pushed into the background, threw his whole heart and strength into the struggle. Yet many times during that anxious night he feared that his patient's life was slipping away from his detaining grasp, and almost repented him of having assumed the entire responsibility. But with the morning came encouragement, and as the watchful surgeon stood at the bedside, intently gazing upon the ghastly face on the pillow, he murmured to himself, "No, he will not die. His countenance has lost that terrible Hippocratic look that had settled upon it last evening when I first saw him. His breathing free and natural. Besides, he must live. His recovery will make my fortune. I must and will tear him out of the grim clutches of death. Fine, handsome young fellow that he is, and the heir and hope of his noble family. It will be long ere his tomb need be made ready to receive him. He will help me to get away from this wretched little village where I vegetate ignobly and eat my heart out day by day. Now for a bold stroke. At the risk of producing fever at all risks, I shall venture to give him a dose of that wonder-working potion of mine." Opening his case of medicines, he took out several small vials containing different preparations, some red as a ruby, others green as an emerald, this one yellow as virgin gold, that bright and colorless as a diamond, and on each one a small label bearing a Latin inscription. Maître Laurent, though he was perfectly sure of himself, carefully read the inscriptions upon those he had selected several times over, held up the tiny vials one after another, where a ray of sunshine struck upon them, and looked admiringly through the bright transparent liquids they contained, then, measuring with the utmost care a few drops from each, compounded a potion after a secret recipe of his own, which he made a mystery of and refused to impart to his fellow practitioners. Rousing his sleeping assistant, he ordered him to raise the patient's head a little, while, with a small spatula, he pried the firmly set teeth apart sufficiently to allow the liquid he had prepared to trickle slowly into the mouth. As it reached the throat, there was a spasmodic contraction that gave Maître Laurent an instant of intense anxiety, but it was only momentary, and the remainder of the dose was swallowed easily and with almost instantaneous effect. A slight tinge of color showed itself in the pallid cheeks. The eyelids trembled and half unclosed, and the hand that had lain inert and motionless upon the counterpane stirred a little. Then the young Duke heaved a deep sigh, and opening his eyes looked vacantly and about him, like one awakening from a dream, or returning from those mysterious regions whither the soul takes flight when unconsciousness holds this mortal frame enthralled. Only a glance, and the long eyelashes fell again upon the pale cheeks, but a wonderful change had passed over the countenance. "I staked everything on that move," said Monsieur Laurent to himself with a long breath of relief, "and I have won. It was either kill or cure, and it has not killed him. All glory be to Aesculapius, Hygeia, and Hippocrates." At this moment a hand noiselessly put aside the hangings over the door, and the venerable head of the prince appeared looking 10 years older for the agony and dread of the terrible night just past. "How is he, Maître Laurent?" he breathed, in broken, scarcely audible tones. The surgeon put his finger to his lips and with the other hand pointed to the young Duke's face, still raised a little on the pillows, and no longer wearing its death-like look. Then, with the light step habitual with those who are much about the sick, he went over to the prince, still standing on the threshold, and drawing him gently outside and away from the door, said in a low voice, "Your Highness can see that the patient's condition, so far from growing worse, has decidedly improved. Certainly he is not out of danger, yet his state is very critical, but unless some new and totally unforeseen complication should arise, which I shall use every effort to prevent, I think that we can pull him through, and that he will be able to enjoy life again as if he had never been hurt." The prince's careworn face brightened, and his fine eyes flashed at these hopeful words. He stepped forward to enter the sick room, but Maître Laurent respectfully opposed his doing so. "Permit me, my lord, to prevent your approaching your son's bedside just now. Doctors are often very disagreeable, you know, and have to impose trying conditions upon those to whom their patients are dear. I beseech you not to go near the Duke of Vallombros at present. Your beloved presence might, in the excessively weak and exhausted condition of my patient, cause dangerous agitation. Any strong emotion would be instantly fatal to him. His hold upon life is still so slight. Perfect tranquillity is his only safety. If all goes well, as I trust and believe that it will, in a few days he will have regained his strength in a measure. His wound will be healing, and you can probably be with him as much as you like, without any fear of doing him harm. I know that this is very trying to your Highness, but believe me, it is necessary to your son's well-being." The prince, very much relieved, and yielding readily to the doctor's wishes, returned to his own apartment, where he occupied himself with some religious reading until noon, when the major domo came to announce that dinner was on the table. "Go and tell my daughter, the Comtesse Isabelle de Lignoy, such is the title by which she is to be addressed henceforth, that I request her to join me at dinner," said the prince to the major domo, who hastened off to obey this order. Isabelle went quickly down the grand staircase with a light step, and smiled to herself as she passed through the noble hall where she had been so frightened by the 2 figures in armor on the occasion of her bold exploring expedition the first night after her arrival at the chateau. Everything looked very different. Now the bright sunshine was pouring in at the windows, and large fires of juniper and other sweet-smelling woods had completely done away with the damp, chilly, heavy atmosphere that pervaded the long disused rooms when she was in them before. In the splendid dining room she found a table sumptuously spread, and her father already seated at it in his large, high-backed, richly carved chair, behind which stood 2 lackeys in superb liveries. As she approached him, she made a most graceful curtsy, which had nothing in the least theatrical about it, and would have met with approbation even in courtly circles. A servant was holding the chair destined for her, and with some timidity, but no apparent embarrassment, she took her seat opposite to the prince. She was served with soup and wine, and then with course after course of delicate, tempting viands. which she could not eat. Her heart was too full, her nerves were still quivering from the terror and excitement of the preceding day and night. She was dazzled and agitated by this sudden change of fortune, anxious about her brother, now lying at the point of death, and above all, troubled and grieved at her separation from her lover, so she could only make a pretense of dining and played languidly with the food on her plate. "You are eating nothing, my dear Comtesse," said the prince, who had been furtively watching her. "I pray you try to do better with this bit of partridge I am sending you." At this title of Comtesse, spoken as a matter of course, and in such a kind, tender tone, Isabelle looked up at the prince with astonishment written in her beautiful, deep blue eyes, which seemed to plead timidly for an explanation. "Yes, Comtesse de Ligneux. It is the title which goes with an estate I have settled on you, my dear child, and which has long been destined for you. The name of Isabelle alone, charming though it be, is not suitable for my daughter." Isabelle, yielding to the impulse of the moment, as the servants had retired and she was alone with her father, rose, and going to his side, knelt down and kissed his hand, in token of gratitude for his delicacy and generosity. "Rise, my child," said he very tenderly and much moved, "and return to your place. What I have done is only just. It calls for no thanks. I should have done it long ago, if it had been in my power. In the terrible circumstances that have reunited us, my dear daughter, I can see the finger of Providence, and through them I have learned your worth. To your virtue alone it is due that a horrible crime was not committed, and I love and honor you for it, even though it may cost me the loss of my only son. But God will be merciful and preserve his life, so that he may repent of having so persecuted and outraged the purest innocence. Maître Laurent, in whom I have every confidence, gives me some hope this morning, and when I looked at Vallombros from the threshold of his room only I could see that the seal of death was no longer upon his face." They were interrupted by the servants bringing in water to wash their fingers in a magnificent golden bowl, and this ceremony having been duly gone through with, the prince threw down his napkin and led the way into the adjoining salon, signing to Isabelle to follow him. He seated himself in a large armchair in front of the blazing wood fire, and bidding Isabelle place herself close beside him, took her hand tenderly between both of his, and looked long and searchingly at this lovely young daughter, so strangely restored to him. There was much of sadness mingled with the joy that shone in his eyes, for he was still very anxious about his son, whose life was in such jeopardy. But as he gazed upon Isabelle's sweet face, the joy predominated, and he smiled very lovingly upon the new Comtesse as he began to talk to her of long past days. "Doubtless, my beloved child, in the midst of the strange events that have brought us together in such an odd, romantic, almost supernatural manner, the thought has suggested itself to your mind that during all the years that have passed since your infancy I have not sought you out, and that chance alone has at last restored the long-lost child to her neglectful father. But you are so good and noble that I know you would not dwell upon such an idea, and I hope that you do not so misjudge me as to think me capable of such culpable neglect, now that you are getting a little better acquainted with me. As you must know, your mother, Cornelia, was excessively proud and high-spirited. She resented every affront, whether intended as such or not, with extraordinary violence, and when I was obliged, in spite of my most heartfelt wishes, to separate myself from her and reluctantly submit to a marriage that I could not avoid, she obstinately refused to allow me to provide for her maintenance in comfort and luxury, as well as for you and your education. All that I gave her and settled on her, she sent back to me with the most exaggerated disdain and inexorably refused to receive again. I could not but admire, though I so deplored, her lofty spirit and proud rejection of every benefit which I desired to confer upon her, and I left in the hands of a trusty agent for her the deeds of all the landed property and houses I had destined for her, as well as the money and jewels, so that she could at any time reclaim them, if she would, hoping that she might see fit to change her mind when the first flush of anger was over. But to my great chagrin, she persisted in her refusal of everything and changing her name, fled from Paris into the provinces, where she was said to have joined a roving band of comedians. Soon after that, I was sent by my sovereign on several foreign missions that kept me long away from France, and I lost all trace of her and you. In vain were all my efforts to find you both, until at last I heard that she was dead. Then I redoubled my diligence in the search for my little motherless daughter, whom I had so tenderly loved, but all in vain. No trace of her could I find. I heard indeed of many children among these strolling companies, and carefully investigated each case that came to my knowledge, but it always ended in disappointment. Several women, indeed, tried to palm off their little girls upon me as my child, and I had to be on my guard against fraud, but I never failed to sift the matter thoroughly, even though I knew that deceit was intended, lest I should unawares reject the dear little one I was so anxiously seeking. At last I was almost forced to conclude that you too had perished. Yet a secret intuition always told me that you were still in the land of the living. I used to sit for hours and think of how sweet and lovely you were in infancy, how your little rosy fingers used to play with and pull my long mustache, which was black then, my dear, when I leaned over to kiss you in your cradle, recalling all your pretty, engaging little baby tricks, remembering how fond and proud I was of you, and grieving over the loss that I seemed to feel more and more acutely as the years went on. The birth of my son only made me long still more intensely for you. Instead of consoling me for your loss, or banishing you from my memory, and when I saw him decked with rich laces and ribbons like a royal babe and playing with his jeweled rattle, I would think with an aching heart that perhaps at that very moment my dear little daughter was suffering from cold and hunger, or the unkind treatment of those who had her in charge. Then I regretted deeply that I had not taken you away from your mother in the very beginning, and had you brought up as my daughter should be. But when you were born, I did not dream of our parting. As years rolled on, new anxieties tortured me. I knew that you would be beautiful, and how much you would have to suffer from the dissolute men who hover about all young and pretty actresses. My blood would boil as I thought of the insults and affronts to which you might be subjected, and from which I was powerless to shield you. No words can tell what I suffered. Affecting a taste for the theater that I did not possess, I never let an opportunity pass to see every company of players that I could hear of, hoping to find you at last among them. But although I saw numberless young actresses about your age, not one of them could have been you, my dear child. Of that I was sure. So at last I abandoned the hope of finding my long-lost daughter, though it was a bitter trial to feel that I must do so. The princess, my wife, had died 3 years after our marriage, leaving me only one child, Valembreuse, whose ungovernable disposition has always given me much trouble and anxiety. A few days ago, at Saint-Germain, I heard some of the courtiers speak in terms of high praise of Hérod's troupe, and what they said made me determined to go and see one of their representations without delay, while my heart beat high with a new hope, for they especially lauded a young actress called Isabelle, whose graceful, modest, high-bred air they declared to be irresistible, and that the boldest libertines respected her immaculate purity. Deeply agitated by a secret presentiment, I hastened back to Paris and went to the theater that very night. There I saw you, my darling, and though it would seem to be impossible for even a father's eye to recognize, in the beautiful young woman of 20, the babe that he had kissed in its cradle and had never beheld since, still I knew you instantly, the very moment you came in sight, and I perceived, with a heart swelling with happiness and thankfulness, that you were all that I could wish. Moreover, I recognized the face of an old actor who had been, I knew, in the troupe that Cornelia joined when she fled from Paris, and I resolved to address myself first to him, so as not to startle you by too abrupt a disclosure of my claims upon you. But when I sent the next morning to the hotel in the Rue Dauphine, I learned that Hérod's troupe had just gone to give a representation at a chateau in the environs of Paris, and would be absent 3 days. I should have endeavored to wait patiently for their return, had not a brave fellow who used to be in my service and has my interest at heart come to inform me that the Duke of Valembreuse, being madly in love, with a young actress named Isabelle, who resisted his suit with the utmost firmness and determination, had arranged to gain forcible possession of her in the course of the day's journey, the expedition into the country being gotten up for that express purpose, that he had a band of hired ruffians engaged to carry out his nefarious purpose and bring his unhappy victim to this chateau, and that he had come to warn me, fearing lest serious consequences should ensue to my son, as the young actress would be accompanied by braid babes. This terrible news threw me into a frightful state of anxiety and excitement. Feeling sure, as I did, that you were my own daughter, I shuddered at the thought of the horrible crime that I might not be in time to prevent, and without one moment's delay set out for this place, suffering such agony by the way as I do not like even to think of. You were already delivered from danger when I arrived, as you know, and without having suffered anything beyond the alarm and dread which must have been terrible. Indeed, my poor child. And then the amethyst ring on your finger confirmed, past any possibility of doubt, what my heart had told me when first my eyes beheld you in the theatre. I pray you to believe, dear lord and father, answered Isabelle, that I have never accused you of anything, nor considered myself neglected. Accustomed from my infancy to the roving life of the troupe I was with, I neither knew nor dreamed of any other. The little knowledge that I had of the world made me realize that I should be wrong in wishing to force myself upon an illustrious family, obliged doubtless by powerful reasons, of which I knew nothing, to leave me in obscurity. The confused remembrance I had of my origin sometimes inspired me when I was very young with a certain pride, and I would say to myself, when I noticed the disdainful air with which great ladies look down upon us poor actresses, I also am of noble birth. But I outgrew those fancies, and only preserve an invincible self-respect which I have always cherished. Nothing in the world would have induced me to dishonor the illustrious blood that flows in my veins. The disgraceful license of the coulisses and the loathsome gallantries lavished upon all actresses, even those who are not comely, disgusted me from the first, and I have lived in the theatre almost as if in a convent. The good old pedant has been like a watchful father to me, and as for Hérode, he would have severely chastised anyone who dared to touch me with the tip of his finger, or even to pronounce a vulgar word in my presence. Although they are only obscure actors, they are very honorable, worthy men, and I trust you will be good enough to help them if they ever find themselves in need of assistance. I owe it partly to them that I can lift my forehead for your kiss without a blush of shame, and proudly declare myself worthy, so far as purity is concerned, to be your daughter. My only regret is to have been the innocent cause of the misfortune that has overtaken the Duke, your son. I could have wished to enter your family, my dear father, under more favorable auspices. You have nothing to reproach yourself with, my sweet child, for you could not divine these mysteries, which have been suddenly disclosed by a combination of circumstances that would be considered romantic and improbable, even in a novel, and my joy at finding you as worthy in every way to be my beloved and honored daughter, as if you had not lived amid all the dangers of such a career, makes up for the pain and anxiety caused by the illness and danger of my son. Whether he lives or dies, I'll never for one moment blame me for in moi of the tentatives must. In any event, it was your virtue and courage that saved him from being guilty of a crime that I shudder to contemplate. And now, tell me, who was the handsome young man among your liberators who seemed to direct the attack and who wounded Belambres? An actor doubtless, though it appeared to me that he had a very noble bearing and magnificent courage. Yes, my dear father, Isabelle replied with a most lovely and becoming blush. He is an actor, a member of our troupe. But if I may venture to betray his secret, which is already known to the Duke of Valambres, I will tell you that the so-called Captain Fracasse conceals under his mask a noble countenance, as indeed you already know, and under his theatrical pseudonym the name of an illustrious family. True, rejoined the prince, I have heard something about that already. It would certainly have been astonishing if an ordinary low-born actor had ventured upon so bold and rash a course as running counter to a Duke of Valambres, and actually entering into a combat with him. It needs noble blood for such daring acts. only a gentleman can conquer a gentleman, just as a diamond can only be cut by a diamond. The lofty pride of the aged prince found much consolation in the knowledge that his son had not been attacked and wounded by an adversary of low origin. There was nothing compromising in a duel between equals, and he drew a deep breath of relief at thought of it. "And pray, what is the real name of this valiant champion?" smilingly asked the prince with a roguish twinkle in his dark eyes, "this dauntless knight and brave defender of innocence and purity." "He is the Baron de Sigognac," Isabelle replied blushingly, with a slight trembling perceptible in her sweet, low voice. "I reveal his name fearlessly to you, my dear father, for you are both too just and too generous to visit upon his head the disastrous consequences of a victory that he deplores." "De Sigognac?" said the prince. "I thought that ancient and illustrious family was extinct. Is he not from Gascony?" "Yes, his home is in the neighborhood of Dax." "Exactly, and the de Sigognacs have an appropriate coat of arms, 3 golden storks on an azure field." "Yes, it is as I said, an ancient and illustrious family, one of the oldest and most honorable in France. Père Ami de Sigognac figured gloriously in the First Crusade. Raimbault de Sigognac, the father of this young man, without doubt, was the devoted friend and companion of Henri IV in his youth, but was not often seen at court in later years. It was said that he was embarrassed financially, I remember. So much so, that when our troop sought refuge of a stormy night under his roof, we found his son living in a half-ruined chateau, haunted by bats and owls, where his youth was passing in sadness and misery. We persuaded him to come away with us, fearing that he would die there of starvation and melancholy. But I never saw misfortune so bravely borne." "Poverty is no disgrace," said the prince, "and any noble house that has preserved its honor unstained may rise again from its ruins to its ancient height of glory and renown." But why did not the young baron apply to some of his father's old friends in his distress, or lay his case before the king, who is the natural refuge of all loyal gentlemen under such circumstances? "Misfortunes such as his are apt to breed timidity, even with the bravest," Isabelle replied, "and pride deters many a man from betraying his misery to the world." When the Baron de Sigognac consented to accompany us to Paris, he hoped to find some opportunity there to retrieve his fallen fortunes, but it has not presented itself. In order not to be an expense to the troupe, he generously and nobly insisted upon taking the place of one of the actors who died on the way, and who was a great loss to us. As he could appear upon the stage always masked, he surely did not compromise his dignity by it. Under this theatrical disguise, I think that without being a sorcerer, I can detect a little bit of romance, eh?" said the prince with a mischievous smile. "But I will not inquire too closely. I know how good and true you are, well enough not to take alarm at any respectful tribute paid to your charms. I have not been with you long enough yet, as a father, my sweet child, to venture upon sermonizing." As he paused, Isabelle raised her lovely eyes, in which shone the purest innocence and the most perfect loyalty, to his, and met his questioning gaze unflinchingly. The rosy flush which the first mention of de Sigognac's name had called up was gone, and her countenance showed no faintest sign of embarrassment or shame. In her pure heart the most searching looks of a father, of God himself, could have found nothing to condemn. Just at this point the doctor's assistant was announced, who brought a most favorable report from the sick room. He was charged to tell the prince that his son's condition was eminently satisfactory, a marked change for the better having taken place, and that Maître Laurent considered the danger past believing that his recovery was now only a question of time. A few days later, Valambres, propped up on his pillows, received a visit from his faithful and devoted friend, the Chevalier de Videlinck, whom he had not been permitted to see earlier. The prince was sitting by the bedside, affectionately watching every flitting expression on his son's face, which was pathetically thin and pale, but handsomer than ever, because the old haughty, fierce look had vanished, and a soft light that had never been in them before shone in his beautiful eyes, whereat his father's heart rejoiced exceedingly. Isabelle stood at the other side of the bed, and the young Duke had clasped his thin, startlingly white fingers round her hand. As he was forbidden to speak, save in monosyllables, because of his injured lung, he took this means of testifying his sympathy with her, who had been the involuntary cause of his being wounded and in danger of losing his life, and thus made her understand that he cherished no resentments. The affectionate brother had replaced the fiery lover, and his illness, in calming his ardent passion, had contributed not a little to make the transition a less difficult one than it could possibly have been otherwise. Isabelle was now for him really and only the Comtesse de Linul, his dear sister. He nodded in a friendly way to Vidalink, and disengaged his hand for a moment from Isabelle's to give it to him. It was all that the doctor would allow, but his eyes were eloquent enough to make up for his enforced silence. In the course of a few weeks, Valambraeus, who had gained strength rapidly, was able to leave his bed and recline upon a lounge near the open window, so as to enjoy the mild, delightful air of spring that brought color to his cheeks and light to his eyes. Isabelle was often with him and read aloud for hours together to entertain him, as Maître Laurent's orders were strict that he should not talk, even yet, any more than was actually necessary. One day, when Isabelle had finished a chapter in the volume from which she was reading to him and was about to begin another, he interrupted her and said, "My dear sister, that book is certainly very amusing, and the author a man of remarkable wit and talent. But I must confess that I prefer your charming conversation to your delightful reading. Do you know, I would not have believed it possible to gain so much, in losing all hope of what I desired more ardently than I had ever done anything in my whole life before. The brother is very much more kindly treated than the suitor. Are you aware of that? You are as sweet and amiable to the one as you were severe and unapproachable to the other. I find in this calm, peaceful affection charms that I had never dreamed of, and you reveal to me a new side of the feminine character, hitherto utterly unknown to me. Carried away by fiery passions and irritated to madness by any opposition, I was like the wild huntsman of the ancient legend, who stopped for no obstacle but rode recklessly over everything in his path. I looked upon whatever beautiful woman I was in pursuit of as my legitimate prey. I scouted the very idea of failure and deemed myself irresistible. At the mention of virtue, I only shrugged my shoulders, and I think I may say, without too much conceit, to the only woman I ever pursued, who did not yield to me, that I had reason not to put much faith in it. My mother died when I was a mere baby. You, my sweet sister, were not near me, and I have never known until now all the purity, tenderness, and sublime courage of which your sex is capable. I chanced to see you. An irresistible attraction in which, perhaps, the unknown tie of blood had its influence, drew me to you, and for the first time in my life a feeling of respect and esteem mingled with my passion. Your character delighted me, even when you drove me to despair. I could not but secretly approve and admire the modest and courteous firmness with which you rejected my homage. The more decidedly you repulsed me, the more I felt that you were worthy of my adoration. Anger and admiration succeeded each other in my heart, and even in my most violent paroxysms of rage, I always respected you. I descried the angel in the woman, and bowed to the ascendancy of a celestial purity. Now I am happy and blessed indeed, for I have in you precisely what I needed, without knowing it, this pure affection, free from all earthly taint. Unalterable, eternal, I possess at last the love of a soul. Yes, my dear brother, it is yours, Isabelle replied, and it is a great source of happiness to me that I am able to assure you of it. You have in me a devoted sister and friend, who will love you doubly to make up for the years we have lost above all, now that you have promised me to correct the faults that have so grieved and alarmed our dear father, and to exhibit only the good qualities of which you have plenty. "Oh, what, you little preacher!" cried Lalambruce, with a bright, admiring smile. "How you take advantage of my weakness! However, it is perfectly true that I have been a dreadful monster, but I really do mean to do better in future if not for love of virtue itself, at least to avoid seeing my charming sister put on a severe disapproving air at some atrocious escapade of mine. Still, I fear that I shall always be folly, as you will be reason. If you will persist in paying me such high-flown compliments, said Isabelle, with a little shrug of her pretty shoulders, I shall certainly resume the reading, and you will have to listen to a long story that the corsair is just about to relate to the beautiful princess, his captive, in the cabin of his galley. Oh, no, surely I do not deserve such a severe punishment as that. Even at the risk of appearing garrulous, I do so want to talk a little. That confounded doctor has kept me mute long enough in all conscience, and I am tired to death of having the seal of silence upon my lips like a statue of Hippocrates. But I am afraid you may do yourself harm. Remember that your wound is scarcely healed yet, and the injured lung is still very irritable. Maître Laurent laid such stress upon my reading to you so that you should keep quiet and give your chest a good chance to get strong and well again. Maître Laurent doesn't know what he's talking about and only wants to prolong his own importance to me. My lungs work as well as ever they did. I feel perfectly myself again, and I've a great mind to order my horse and go for a canter in the forest. You had better talk than do such a wildly imprudent thing as that. It is certainly less dangerous. I shall very soon be about again, my sweet little sister, and then I shall have the pleasure of introducing you into the society suitable to your rank, where your incomparable grace and beauty will create a sensation and bring crowds of adorers to your feet. From among them you will be able to select a husband, eh? I can have no desire to do anything of that kind, Valambreuse, and pray do not think this the foolish declaration of a girl who would be very sorry to be taken at her word. I am entirely in earnest, I do assure you. I have bestowed my hand so often in the last act of the pieces I have played that I am in no hurry to do it in reality. I do not wish for anything better than to remain quietly here with the prince and yourself. But, my dear girl, a father and brother will not always content you do not think it. Such affection cannot satisfy the demands of the heart forever. It will be enough for me, however, and if some day they fail me, I can take refuge in a convent. Heaven forbid, that would be carrying austerity too far indeed. I pray you never to mention it again, if you have any regard for my peace of mind. And now tell me, my sweet little sister, what do you think of my dear friend, the Chevalier de Vidalin? Does not he seem to be possessed of every qualification necessary to make a good husband? Doubtless, and the woman that he marries will have a right to consider herself fortunate, but however charming and desirable your friend may be, my dear Valambreuse, I shall never be that woman. Well, let him pass then. But tell me what you think of the Marquis de Leston, who came to see me the other day and gazed spellbound at my lovely sister all the time he was here. He was so overwhelmed by your surpassing grace, so dazzled by your exquisite beauty, that he was struck dumb, and when he tried to pay you pretty compliments, did nothing but stammer and blush. Aside from this timidity, which made him appear to great disadvantage, and which your ladyship should readily excuse, since you yourself were the cause of it, the Marquis is an accomplished and estimable gentleman. He is handsome, young, of high birth and great wealth. He would do capitally for my fair sister, and is sure to address himself to the prince, if indeed he has not already done so, as an aspirant to the honor of an alliance with her. As I have the honor of belonging to this illustrious family, said Isabelle a little impatiently, for she was exceedingly annoyed by this banter, too much humility would not become me. Therefore, I will not say that I consider myself unworthy of such an alliance, but if the Marquis de Leston should ask my hand of my father, I would refuse him. I have told you, my dear brother, more than once, that I do not wish to marry, and you know it too, so pray don't tease me any more about it. Oh, what a fierce, determined little woman is this fair sister of mine. Diana herself was not more inaccessible, in the forests and valleys of Hemus. Yet, if the naughty mythological stories may be believed, she did at last smile upon a certain Endymion. You are vexed because I casually propose some suitable candidates for the honor of your hand. But you need not be, for if they do not please you, We will hunt up one who will. I am not vexed, my dear brother, but you are certainly talking far too much for an invalid, and I shall tell Maître Laurent to reprimand you or not permit you to have the promised bit of fowl for your supper." "Oh, if that's the case, I will desist at once," said Villambris with a droll air of submission, "for I'm as hungry as an ogre. But rest assured of one thing, my charming sister, no one shall select your husband but myself." To put an end to this teasing, Isabelle began to read the Corsair's long story without paying any attention to the indignant protests that were made, and Bail-Rocos, to revenge himself, finally closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, which feigned slumber soon became real, and Isabelle, perceiving that it was so, put aside her book and quietly stole away. This conversation, in which, under all his mischievous banter, the Duke seemed to have a definite and serious purpose in view, worried Isabelle very much, in spite of her efforts to banish it from her mind. Could it be that Villambris was nursing a secret resentment against de Sigognac? He had never once spoken his name or referred to him in any way since he was wounded by him, and was he trying to place an insurmountable barrier between his sister and the Baron by bringing about her marriage with another? Or was he simply trying to find out whether the actress transformed to a countess had changed in sentiments as well as in rank? Isabelle could not answer these questions satisfactorily to herself. As she was the Duke's sister, of course the rivalry between him and de Sigognac could no longer exist, but, on the other hand, it was difficult to imagine that such a haughty, vindictive character as the young Duke's could have forgotten or forgiven the ignominy of his first defeat at the Baron's hands, and still less of the second, more disastrous encounter. Although their relative positions were changed, Villambris, in his heart, would doubtless always hate de Sigognac, even if he had magnanimity enough to forgive him. It could scarcely be expected that he should also love him, and be willing to welcome him as a member of his family. No, all hope of such a reconciliation must be abandoned. Besides, she feared that the prince, her father, would never be able to regard with favor the man who had imperiled the life of his only son. These sad thoughts threw poor Isabelle into a profound melancholy, which she in vain endeavored to shake off. As long as she considered that her position as an actress would be an obstacle to de Sigognac, she had resolutely repelled the idea of a marriage with him, but now that an unhoped-for, undreamed-of stroke of destiny had heaped upon her all the good things that heart could desire, she would have loved to reward, with the gift of her hand and fortune, the faithful lover who had dressed her when she was poor and lowly seemed an end. But all that she could do was to be faithful to him, for she dared not say a word in his favor, either to the prince or to Villambris. Bedbrouve and the meter fibered as mid as it had. Its ifits, and an ingenuous and delicate tenderness towards Isabelle, that it was evident he had in science a descent to Beltine that Gerverope orps. It's I've whatever point. It's mind at the table, hays it will, and it in sapple on the far palm, it will his it's tefted with a sal, it's high seki committed, it's at six, it's of a cainted, it's a thing he derped. At last Villambris was pronounced well enough to mount his horse and go for a ride in the forest which he had long been sighing for, and Isabelle gladly consented to bear him company. They looked a wonderfully handsome pair as they rode leisurely through the leafy arcades. But there was one very marked difference between them. The young man's countenance was radiant with happiness and smiles, but the girl's face was clouded over with an abiding melancholy. Occasionally her brother's lively sallies would bring a faint smile to her sweet lips, but they fell back immediately into the mournful droop that had become habitual with them. Villambris apparently did not perceive it, though in reality he was well aware of it and of its cause, and was full of fun and frolic. "Oh, what a delicious thing it is to live!" he cried. "Yet how seldom we think of the exquisite enjoyment there is in the simple act of breathing," and he drew a long, deep breath, as if he never could get enough of the soft, balmy air. The trees surely were never so green before, the sky so blue, or the flowers so fragrant. I feel as if I had been born into the world only yesterday and was looking upon nature for the first time today. I never appreciated it before. when I remember that I might even now be lying, stiff and stark, under a fine marble monument, and that instead of that I am riding through an Elysium beside my darling sister, who has really learned to love me, I am too divinely happy. I do not even feel my wound anymore. I don't believe that I ever was wounded. And now for a gallop, for I'm sure that our good father is wearying for us at home. In spite of Isabelle's remonstrances, he put spurs to his horse, and she could not restrain hers when its companion bounded forward, so off they went at a swift pace, and never drew rein until they reached the chateau. As he lifted his sister down from her saddle, Valembrieux said, "Now, after today's achievement, I can surely be treated like a big boy, and get permission to go out by myself." "What, you want to go away and leave us already, and scarcely well yet, you bad boy? Even so, my sweet sister, I want to make a little journey that will take several days," said Valembrieux negligently. Accordingly, the very next morning he departed, after having taken an affectionate leave of the prince his father, who did not oppose his going, as Isabelle had confidently expected, but seemed, on the contrary, to approve of it heartily. After receiving many charges to be careful and prudent from his sister, which he dutifully promised to remember and obey, the young duke bade her good-bye also, and said, in a mysterious yet most significant way, "Au revoir, my sweet little sister, you will be pleased with what I am about to do." And Isabelle sought in vain for the key to the enigma. Chapter 19. Netson's Kins o' Cobwebs. The worthy tyrant's advice was sensible and good, and de Sigognac resolved to follow it without delay. Since Isabelle's departure no attraction existed for him in the troupe, and he was very glad of a valid pretext for quitting it, though he could not leave his humble friends without some regrets. It was necessary that he should disappear for a while, plunge into obscurity, until the excitement consequent upon the violent death of the young Duke of Valembrieux should be forgotten in some new tragedy in real life. So, after bidding farewell to the worthy comedians who had shown him so much kindness, he departed from the gay capital mounted on a stout pony, and with a tolerably well-filled purse, his share of the receipts of the troupe, which he had fairly earned. By easy stages he traveled slowly towards his own ruined chateau. After the storm, the bird flies home to its nest, no matter how ragged and torn it may be. It was the only refuge open to him, and in the midst of his despondency he felt a sort of sad pleasure at the thought of returning to his ancestral home, desolate and forlorn as it was, where it would have been better, perhaps, for him to have quietly remained, for his fortunes were not improved, and this last crowning disaster had been ruinous to all his hopes and prospects of happiness. "Ah, well," said he to himself, sorrowfully, as he jogged slowly on, "it was predestined that I should die of hunger and ennui within those crumbling walls, and under my poor dilapidated old roof, that lets the rain run through it like a huge sieve. No one can escape his destiny, and I shall accomplish mine. I am doomed to be the last de Sigognac." Then came visions of what might have been, that made the sad present seem even darker by contrast, and his burden was well nigh too heavy for him to bear when he remembered all Isabelle's goodness and loveliness, now lost to him forever. No wonder that his eyes were often wet with tears, and that there was no brightness even in the sunshine for him. It is needless to describe in detail a journey that lasted 20 days and was not marked by any remarkable incidents or adventures. It is enough to say that one fine evening de Sigognac saw from afar the lofty towers of his ancient chateau, illuminated by the setting sun, and shining out in bold relief against the soft purple of the evening sky, whilst one of the few remaining casements had caught the fiery sunset glow, and looked like a great carbuncle set in the fine facade of the stately old castle. This sight aroused a strange tenderness and agitation in the young baron's breast. It was true that he had suffered long and acutely in that dreary mansion, yet after all it was very dear to him, far more than he knew before he quitted it, and he was deeply moved at seeing it again. In a few moments more The glorious god of day had sunk behind the western horizon, and the chateau seemed to retreat, until it became scarcely perceptible as the light faded, forming only a vague gray blot in the distance as the gloaming succeeded to the glow. But de Sigognac knew every step of the way perfectly, and soon turned from the highway into the neglected, grass-grown road that led to the chateau. In the profound stillness, which seemed wonderfully peaceful and pleasant to him, he fancied that he could distinguish the distant barking of a dog, and that it sounded like Maraut. He stopped to listen. Yes, there could be no doubt about it, and it was approaching. The Baron gave a clear, melodious whistle, a signal well known of old, to Maraut, and in a few moments the faithful dog, running as fast as his poor old legs could carry him, burst through a break in the hedge, panting, barking, almost sobbing for joy. He strove to jump up on the horse's neck to get at his beloved master. He was beside himself with delight, and manifested it in the most frantic manner, whilst de Sigognac bent down to pat his head and try to quiet his wild transports. After bearing his master company a little way, Miraut set off again at full speed to announce the good news to the others at the chateau, that is to say, to Pierre, Bayard, and Beelzebub, and, bounding into the kitchen, where the old servant was sitting, lost in sad thoughts, he barked in such a significant way that Pierre knew at once that something unusual had happened. "Can it be possible that the young master is coming?" said he aloud, rising in compliance with Maraut's wishes, who was pulling at the skirts of his coat and imploring him with his eyes to bestir himself and follow him. As it was quite dark by this time, Pierre lighted a pine torch which he carried with him, and as he turned into the road its ruddy light suddenly flashed upon de Sigognac and his horse. "Is it really you, my lord?" cried Pierre joyfully as he caught sight of his young master. "Miraut had tried to tell me of your arrival in his own way before I left the house, but as I had not heard anything about your even thinking of coming, I feared that he might be mistaken. Welcome home to your own domain, my beloved master. We are overjoyed to see you." "Yes, my good Pierre, it is really I, and not my wraith." Miraut was not mistaken. "Here I am again, if not richer than when I went away, at least all safe and sound. Come now, lead the way with your torch, and we will go into the chateau." Pierre, not without considerable difficulty, opened the great door, and the Baron de Sigognac rode slowly through the ancient portico, fantastically illuminated by the flaring torchlight, in which the 3 sculptured storks overhead seemed to be flapping their wings, as if in joyful salutation to the last representative of the family they had symbolized for so many centuries. Then a loud, impatient whinny, like the blast of a trumpet, was heard ringing out on the still night air as Bayard, in his stable, caught the welcome sound of his master's voice. "Yes, yes, I hear you, my poor old Bayard," cried de Sigognac as he dismounted. "In the court, and threw the bridle to Pierre. I am coming to say how to do." And as he turned he stumbled over Beelzebub, who was trying to rub himself against his master's legs, purring and mewing alternately to attract his attention. The Baron stooped down, took the old black cat up in his arms, and tenderly caressed him as he advanced towards the stables, then put him down gently, caressed him as he reached Bayard's stall, and another touching scene of affectionate greeting was enacted. The poor old pony laid his head lovingly on his master's shoulder, and actually tried to kick up his hind legs in a frisky way in honor of the great event. Also, he received the horse that de Sigognac had ridden all the way from Paris, and which was put in the stall beside his own, very politely, and seemed pleased to have a companion in his solitary grandeur. "And now that I have responded to the endearments of my dumb friends," said the Baron to Pierre, "we will go into the kitchen and examine into the condition of your larder. I had but a poor breakfast this morning, and no dinner at all, being anxious to push on and reach my journey's end before nightfall. I am as hungry as a bear, and will be glad of anything, no matter what. I have not much to put before you, my lord, and I feared that you will find it. But sorry fare after the delicacies you must have been accustomed to in Paris. But though it will not be tempting nor over-savory, it will at least satisfy your hunger." "That is all that can be required of any food," answered de Sigognac, "and I am not as ungrateful as you seem to think, my good Pierre, to the frugal fare of my youth, which has certainly made me healthy, vigorous, and strong. Bring out what you have, and serve it as proudly as if it were of the choicest and daintiest. I will promise to do honor to it, for I am desperately hungry." The old servant bustled about joyously, and quickly had the table ready for his master, then stood behind his chair while he ate and drank with the travelers' appetite as proudly erect as if he had been a grand major domo waiting on a prince. According to the old custom, Marat and Beelzebub, stationed on the right and on the left, watched their master's every motion and received a share of everything that was on the table. The great kitchen was lighted, not very brilliantly, by a torch, stuck in an iron bracket just inside the broad open chimney, so that the smoke should escape through it and not fill the room, and the scene was so exactly a counterpart of the one described at the beginning of this narrative that the Baron, struck with the perfect resemblance, fancied that he must have been dreaming, and had never quitted his ancient chateau at all. Everything was precisely as he had left it, excepting that the many unconsciously lapsing into the old ways, de Sigognac fell into a deep reverie after he had finished his simple repast, which Pierre as of old respected, and even Marat and Beelzebub did not venture to intrude upon. All that had occurred since he last sat at his own table passed in review before him, but seemed like adventures that he had read of, not actually participated in himself. It had all passed into the background. Captain Fracasse, already nearly obliterated, appeared like a pale spectre in the far distance. His combats with the Duke of Valambris seemed equally unreal. In fine, everything that he had seen, done, and suffered had sunk into shadowy vagueness. But his love for Isabelle had undergone no change. It had neither diminished nor grown cold. It was as passionate and all-absorbing as ever. It was his very life, yet rather like an aspiration of the soul than a real passion, since with it all he knew that the angelic being who was its object, and whom he worshipped from afar, could never be his. The wheels of his chariot, which for a brief space had turned aside into a new track, were back in the old rut again, and realizing that there could be no further escape from it possible for him, he gave way sullenly to a despairing, stolid sort of resignation that he had no heart to struggle against, but yielded to it passively, blaming himself the while for having presumed to indulge in a season of bright hopes and delicious dreams. Why the devil should such an unlucky fellow as he had always been venture to aspire to happiness? It was all foolishness and sure to end in bitter disappointment, but he had had his lesson now and would be wiser for the future. He sat perfectly motionless for a long time, plunged in a sad reverie, sunk in a species of torpor, but he roused himself at last, and perceiving that his faithful old follower's eyes were fixed upon him, full of timid questioning that he did not venture to put into words, briefly related to him the principal incidents of his journey up to the capital and his short stay there. When he graphically described his 2 duels with the Duke of Valambris, the old man, filled with pride and delight at the proficiency of his beloved pupil, could not restrain his enthusiasm, and snatching up a stick, gave vigorous illustrations of all the most salient points of the encounters, as the Baron delineated them, ending up with a wild flourish and a shout of triumph. "Alas, my good Pierre," said he with a sigh, when quiet was restored, "you taught me how to use my sword only too well. My unfortunate victory has been my ruin, and has sent me back, hopeless and bereaved, to this poor old crumbling chateau of mine, where I am doomed to drag out the weary remainder of my days in sorrow and misery. I am peculiarly unhappy, in that my very triumphs have only made matters worse for me. It would have been better far for me and for all if I had been wounded, or even killed, in this last disastrous encounter, instead of my rival and enemy, the young Duke of Valambris. The de Sigognacs are never beaten," said the old retainer loftily. "No matter what may come of it, I am glad, my dear young master, that you killed that insolent duke." The whole thing was conducted in strict accordance with the code of honor. What more could be desired? How could any valiant gentleman object to die gloriously, sword in hand, of a good honest wound, fairly given? He should consider himself most fortunate. "Ah, well, perhaps you are right. I will not dispute you," said de Sigognac, smiling secretly at the old man's philosophy. "But I am very tired, and would like to go to my own room now. Will you light the lamp, my good Pierre, and lead the way?" Pierre obeyed, and the Baron, preceded by his old servant and followed by his old dog and cat, slowly ascended the ancient staircase. The quaint frescoes were gradually fading, growing ever paler and more indistinct, and there were new stains on the dull blue sky of the vaulted ceiling, where the rain and melting snow of winter storms had filtered through from the dilapidated roof. The ruinous condition of everything in and about the crumbling old chateau, to which de Sigognac had been perfectly accustomed before he quitted it and taken, as a matter of course, now struck him forcibly and increased his dejection. He saw in it the sad and inevitable decadence of his race, and said to himself, "If these ancient walls had any pity for the last forlorn remnant of the family they have sheltered for centuries, they would fall in and bury me in their ruins." When he reached the landing at the head of the stairs, he took the lamp from Pierre's hand, bade him good night, and dismissed him, not willing that even his faithful old servant, who had cared for him ever since his birth, should witness his overpowering emotion. He walked slowly through the great banqueting hall, where the comedians had supped on that memorable night, and the remembrance of that gay scene rendered the present dreary solitude and silence more terrible than they had ever seemed to him before. The death-like stillness was only broken by the horrid gnawing of a rat somewhere in the wall, and the old family portraits glared down at him reproachfully as he passed on below them with listless step and downcast eyes, oblivious of everything but his own deep misery and his yearning for his lost Isabelle. As he came under the last portrait of all, that of his own sweet young mother, he suddenly looked up, and as his eyes rested on the calm, beautiful countenance which had always worn such a pathetic, mournful expression that it used to make his heart ache to look at it in his boyish days, it seemed to smile upon him. He was startled for an instant, and then, thrilling with a strange, exquisite delight, and inspired with new hope and courage, he said in a low, earnest tone, "I accept my dear dead mother's smile as a good omen. Perhaps all may not be lost even yet. I will try to believe so." After a moment of silent thought, he went on into his own chamber, and put down the small lamp he carried upon the little table, where still lay the stray volume of Froissart's poems that he had been reading, or rather trying to read, on that tempestuous night when the old pedant knocked at his door. And there was his bed, where Isabelle had slept, the very pillow upon which her dear head had rested. He trembled as he stood and gazed at it, and saw, as in a vision, the perfect form lying there again in his place, and the sweetest face in all the world turned towards him, with a tender smile parting the ripe red lips, a rosy flush mantling in the delicate cheeks, and warm love-light shining in the deep blue eyes. He stood spellbound, afraid to move or breathe, and worshipped the beautiful vision with all his soul and strength, as if it had been indeed divine. But alas, it faded as suddenly as it had appeared, and he felt as if the doors of heaven had been shut upon him. He hastily undressed, and threw himself down in the place where Isabelle had actually reposed, passionately kissed the pillow that had been hallowed by the touch of her head, and bedewed it with his tears. He lay long awake, thinking of the angelic being who loved him and whom he adored, whilst Beelzebub, rolled up in a ball, slept at his feet and snored like the traditional cat of Mahomet that lay and slumbered upon the prophet's sleeve. When morning came, de Sigognac was more impressed than ever with the dilapidated, crumbling condition of his ancient mansion. Daylight has no mercy upon old age and ruins. It reveals with cruel distinctness the wrinkles, gray hairs, poverty, misery, stains, fissures, dust, and mold in which they abound. But more kindly, night softens or conceals all defects with its friendly shade, spreading over them its mantle of darkness. The rooms that used to seem so vast to their youthful owner had shrunken, and looked almost small and insignificant to him now, to his extreme surprise and mortification, but he soon regained the feeling of being really at home and resumed his former way of life completely, just as one goes back to an old garment that has for a time been laid aside and replaced by a new one. His days were spent thus. Early in the morning he went to say a short prayer in the half-ruined chapel where his ancestors lay, ere he repaired to the kitchen where his simple breakfast awaited him. That disposed of, he and old Pierre fetched their swords and fought their friendly duels, after which he mounted Bayard or the pony he had brought home with him and went off for long solitary rides over the desolate lands. Returning late in the afternoon he sat, sad and silent as of old, until his frugal supper was prepared, partook of it, also in silence, and then retired to his lonely chamber, where he tried to read some musty old volume which he knew by heart already, or else flung himself on his bed, never without kissing the sacred pillow that had supported Isabelle's beloved head, and lay there a prey to mournful and bitter meditations, until at last he could forget his troubles in grief in sleep. There was not a vestige left of the brilliant Captain Fracasse, nor of the high-spirited rival of the haughty Duke of Vallombrosa. The unfortunate young Baron de Sigognac had relapsed entirely into the sad-eyed, dejected master of castle misery. One morning he sauntered listlessly down into the garden, which was wilder and more overgrown than ever, a tangled mass of weeds and brambles. He mechanically directed his steps towards the straggling eglantine that had had a little rose ready for each of the fair visitors that accompanied him when last he was there, and was surprised and delighted to see that it again held forth, as if for his acceptance, two lovely little blossoms that had come out to greet him, and upon each of which a dewdrop sparkled amid the frail, delicately tinted petals. He was strangely moved and touched by the sight of these tiny wild roses, which awoke such tender, precious memories, and he repeated to himself, as he had often done before, the words in which Isabelle had confessed of him that she had furtively kissed whereof. He gently plucked one of the dainty little roses, passionately inhaled its delicate fragrance, and pressed a kiss upon it as if it had been her lips, which were not less sweet, and soft, and fresh. He had done nothing but think of Isabelle ever since their separation, and he fully realized now, if he had not before, how indispensable she was to his happiness. She was never out of his mind, waking or sleeping, for he dreamed of her every night, and his love grew fonder, if that were possible, as the weary days went on. She was so good and true, so pure and sweet, so beautiful, so everything that was lovely and desirable, made of all creatures best, a veritable angel in human guise. Ah, how passionately he loved her! How could he live without her? Yet he feared he was almost forced to believe that he had lost her irreparably, and that for him hope was dead. Those were terrible days for the poor, grief-stricken young baron, and he felt that he could not long endure such misery and live. 2 or 3 months passed away thus, and one day when de Sigognac chanced to be in his own room, finishing a sonnet addressed to Isabelle, Pierre entered and announced to his master that there was a gentleman without who wished to speak with him. "A gentleman who wants to see me!" exclaimed the astonished baron. "You must be either romancing or mad, my good Pierre. There is no gentleman in the world who can have anything to say to me. However, for the rarity of the thing, you may bring in this extraordinary mortal, if such there really be, and you are not dreaming, as I shrewdly suspect. But tell me his name first, or hasn't he got any?" He declined to give it, saying that it would not afford your lordship any information. Pierre made answer as he turned back and opened wide both leaves of the door. Upon the threshold appeared a handsome young man, dressed in a rich and elegant traveling costume of chestnut-brown cloth trimmed with green, and holding in his hand a broad felt hat with a long green plume, leaving his well-shaped, proudly carried head fully exposed to view, as well as the delicate, regular features of a face worthy of an ancient Greek statue. the sight of this fine cavalier did not seem to make an agreeable impression upon de Sigognac, who turned very pale, and rushing to where his trusty sword was suspended, over the head of his bed, drew it from the scabbard and turned to face the newcomer, with the naked blade in his hand. "By heaven, my lord Duke, I believe that I'd killed you," he cried in excited tones. "Is it really you, your very self, or your wraith that stands before me?" "It is really I, my very self, Hannibal de Valambreuse, in the flesh, and no wraith, as far from being dead as possible," answered the young Duke with a radiant smile. "But put up that sword, I pray you, my dear Baron. We have fought twice already, you know, and surely that is enough. I do not come as an enemy, and if I have to reproach myself with some little sins against you, you have certainly had your revenge for them, so we are quits. To prove that my intentions are not hostile, but of the most friendly nature, if you will so allow, I have brought credentials, in the shape of this commission, signed by the king, which gives you command of a regiment. My good father and I have reminded his majesty of the devotion of your illustrious ancestors to his royal ones, and I have ventured to bring you this good news in person. And now, as I am your guest, I pray you have something or other killed, I don't care what, and put on the spit to roast as quickly as may be, for the love of God. Give me something to eat, I am starving. The inns are so far apart and so abominably bad down here that there might almost as well be none at all, and my baggage wagon, stocked with edibles, is stuck fast in a quagmire a long way from this. So you see the necessities of the case. I am very much afraid, my Lord Duke, that the fare I can offer will seem to you only another form of revenge on my part," said de Sigognac with playful courtesy. "But do not, I beseech you, attribute to resentment the meagre repast for which I shall be obliged to claim your indulgence. You must know how gladly I would put before you a sumptuous meal if I could, and what we can give you will, at least as my good Pierre says, satisfy hunger, though it may not gratify the palate. And let me now say that your frank and cordial words touch me deeply, and find an echo in my inmost heart. I am both proud and happy to call you my friend. Henceforth you will not have one more loyal and devoted than myself, and though you may not often have need of my services, they will be, none the less, always at your disposition. Allula, Pierre! Do you go, without a moment's delay, and hunt up some fowls, eggs, meat, whatever you can find, and try to serve a substantial meal to this gentleman, my friend, who is nearly dying with hunger and is not used to it like you and I." Pierre put in his pocket some of the money his master had sent him from Paris, which he had never touched before, mounted the pony, and galloped off to the nearest village in search of provisions. He found several fowls, such as they were a splendid Bayonne ham, a few bottles of fine old wine, and by great good luck discovered at the priest's house a grand big pâté of duck's livers, a delicacy worthy of a bishop's or a prince's table, and which he had much difficulty to obtain from his reverence, who was a bit of a gourmand, at an almost fabulous price. But this was evidently a great occasion, and the faithful old servant would spare no pains to do it honor. In less than an hour he was at home again, and leaving the charge of the cooking to a capable woman he had found and sent out to the chateau, he immediately proceeded to set the table in the ancient banqueting hall, gathering together all the fine porcelain and dainty glass that yet remain intact in the two tall buffets, evidences of former splendor. But the profusion of gold and silver plate that used to adorn the festive board of the de Sigognacs had all been converted into coin of the realm long ago. When at last the old servant announced that dinner was ready, the two young men took their places opposite to each other at table, and Valambreuse, who was in the gayest, most jovial mood, attacked the viands with an eagerness and ferocity immensely diverting to his host. After devouring almost the whole of a chicken, which, it is true, seemed to have died of a consumption, there was so little flesh on its bones, he fell back upon the tempting, rosy slices of the delicate Bayonne ham, and then passed to the pâté of duck's livers, which he declared to be supremely delicious, exquisite, ambrosial food fit for the gods, and he found the sharp cheese, made of goat's milk, which followed, an excellent relish. He praised the wine, too, which was really very old and fine, and drank it with great gusto, out of his delicate Venetian wine-glass. Once, when he caught sight of Pierre's bewildered Terrafowert, and was as full of fun and frolic as a schoolboy out for a holiday, meantime de Sigognac, whilst he endeavoured to play the attentive host and furl it as an infamy, encountered and defeated in fierce combat, and who had several times tried to compass his death by means of hired ruffians. What could be the explanation of it all? The Duke of Valembreuse divined his companion's thoughts, and when the old servant had retired, after placing a bottle of especially choice wine and 2 small glasses on the table, he looked up at de Sigognac and said, with the most amicable frankness, "I can plainly perceive, my dear Baron, inexplicable to you, my dear Baron, in spite of your admirable courtesy, that this unexpected step of mine appears very strange and inexplicable to you. You have been saying to yourself, how in the world has it come about that the arrogant imperious Valembreuse has been transformed, from the unscrupulous, cruel, bloodthirsty tiger that he was, into the peaceable, playful lamb he seems to be now, which a gentle shepherdess might lead about with a ribbon round its neck? I will tell you. During the 6 weeks that I was confined to my bed, I made various reflections which the thoughtless might pronounce cowardly, but which are permitted to the bravest and most valiant when death stares them in the face. I realized then, for the first time, the relative value of many things, and also how wrong and wicked my own course had been, and I promised myself to do very differently for the future, if I recovered. As the passionate love that Isabelle inspired in my heart had been replaced by a pure and sacred fraternal affection, which is the greatest blessing of my life, I had no further reason to dislike you. You were no longer my rival. A brother cannot be jealous in that way of his own sister. And then I was deeply grateful to you for the respectful tenderness and deference I knew you had never failed to manifest towards her when she was in a position that authorized great license. You were the first to recognize her pure, exalted soul, while she was still only an obscure actress. When she was poor and despised by those who will cringe to her now, you offered to her lowly, as was her station, the most precious treasure that a nobleman can possess, the time-honored name of his ancestors. You would have made her your wife. Then now that she is rich and of high rank, she belongs to you of right. The true, faithful lover of Isabelle, the actress, should be the honored husband of the Comtesse de Lanoyle. But you forget, cried de Sigognac, in much agitation, that she always absolutely refused me, though she knew that I was perfectly disinterested. It was because of her supreme delicacy, her angelic susceptibility, and her noble spirit of self-sacrifice that she said that. She feared that she would necessarily be a disadvantage to you, an obstacle in the way of your advancement. But the situation is entirely changed now. Yes, now it is I who would be a disadvantage to her. Have I then a right to be less generous and magnanimous than she was? Do you still love my sister? Said Valembreuse in a grave tone. As her brother, I have the right to ask this question. I love her with all my heart, with all my soul, with all my strength. De Sigognac replied fervently, as much and more than ever man loved woman on this earth where nothing is perfect save Isabelle. Such being the case, my dear captain of mousquetaires, and governor of a province soon to be have your horse saddled, and come with me to the chateau of Valembreuse, so that I may formally present you to the prince, my father, as the favored suitor of the Comtesse de Lanoyle, my sister. Isabelle has refused even to think of the Chevalier de Vidolinch or the Marquis du Listung as aspirants to her hand, both right handsome, attractive, eligible young fellows, by Jove. But I am of opinion that she will accept, without very much persuasion, the Baron de Sigognac. The next day the Duke and the Baron were riding gaily forward, side by side, on the road to Paris. Chapter 20. She quits a declaration of love. A compact crowd filled the Place de Grève, despite the early hour indicated by the clock of the Hôtel de Ville. The tall buildings on the eastern side of the square threw their shadows more than halfway across it, and upon a sinister-looking wooden framework which rose several feet above the heads of the populace and bore a number of ominous dull red stains. At the windows of the houses surrounding the crowded square, a few heads were to be seen looking out from time to time, but quickly drawn back again as they perceived that the interesting performance, for which all were waiting, had not yet begun. Clinging to the transverse piece of the tall stone cross, which stood at that side of the open square nearest the river, was a forlorn, little, ragged boy who had climbed up to it with the greatest difficulty and was holding on with all his might, his arms clasped round the cross-piece and his legs round the upright, in a most painful and precarious position. But nothing would have induced him to abandon it so long as he could possibly maintain himself there, no matter at what cost of discomfort or even actual distress, for from it he had a capital view of the scaffold and all its horribly fascinating details, the wheel upon which the criminal was to revolve, the coil of rope to bind him to it, and the heavy bar to break his bones. If anyone among the anxious crowd of spectators, however, had carefully studied the small, thin countenance of the child, perched up on the tall stone cross, he would have discovered that its expression was by no means that of vulgar curiosity. It was not simply the fierce attractions of an execution that had drawn thither this wild, weird-looking young creature, with his sun-burned complexion, great, flashing, dark eyes, brilliant white teeth, unkempt masses of thick, black hair, and slender brown hands which were convulsively clinging to the rough, cold stone. The delicacy of the features would seem to indicate a different sex from the dress, but nobody paid any attention to the child, and all eyes were turned towards the scaffold or the direction from which the cart, bearing the condemned criminal, was to come. Among the groups close around the scaffold were several faces we have seen before, notably the chalky countenance and fiery red nose of Malartic and the bold profile of Jacamin Lamporde, also several of the ruffians engaged in the abduction of Isabelle, as well as various other habitués of the Crown Radish. The Place de Grève, to which sooner or later they were all pretty sure to come and expiate their crimes with their lives, seemed to exercise a singular fascination over murderers, thieves, and criminals of all sorts who invariably gathered in force to witness an execution. They evidently could not resist it, and appeared to find a fierce satisfaction in watching the terrible spectacle that they themselves would some day probably furnish to the gaping multitude. Then the victim himself always expected his friend's attendance. He would be hurt and disappointed if his comrades did not rally round him at the last. A criminal in that position likes to see familiar faces in the throng that hems him in. It gives him courage, steadies his nerves. He cannot exhibit any signs of cowardice before those who appreciate true merit and bravery according to his way of thinking, and pride comes to his aid. A man will meet death like a Roman under such circumstances who would be weak as a woman if he were dispatched in private. The criminal to be executed on that occasion was a thief, already notorious in Paris for his daring and dexterity, though he had only been there a few months. But, unfortunately for himself, though very much the reverse for the well-to-do citizens of the capital in general, he had not confined himself to his legitimate business. In his last enterprise, breaking into a private dwelling to gain possession of a large sum of money that was to be kept there, for a single night he had killed the master of the house, who was aroused by his entrance, and not content to stop there, had also brutally murdered his wife, as she lay quietly sleeping in her bed like a tiger that has tasted blood and is wild for more. So atrocious a crime had roused the indignation of even his own unscrupulous, hardened companions, and it was not long ere his hiding place was mysteriously revealed, and he was arrested, tried, and condemned to death. Now he was to pay the penalty of his guilt. As the fatal hour approached, a carriage drove down along the quay, turned into the Place de Grève, and attempted to cross it, but becoming immediately entangled in the crowd, could make little or no progress, despite the utmost exertions of the majestic coachman and attendant lackeys to induce the people to make way for it and let it pass. but for the grand coat of arms and ducal coronet emblazoned on the panels, which inspired a certain awe as well as respect in the motley throng of pedestrians. The equipage would undoubtedly have been roughly dealt with, but, as it was, they contented themselves with resolutely and obstinately barring its passage after it had reached the middle of the square. The indignant coachman did not dare to urge his spirited horses forward at all hazards, ruthlessly trampling down the unlucky individuals who happened to be directly in his way, as he would certainly have done in any ordinary crowd, for the canal that filled the Place de Grève to overflowing was out in too great force to be trifled with, so there was nothing for it but patience. These rascals are waiting for an execution, and will not stir, nor let us stir, until it is over, said a remarkably handsome young man, magnificently dressed, to his equally fine-looking, though more modestly attired friend, who was seated beside him in the luxurious carriage. The devil take the unlucky dog, who must needs be broken on the wheel, just when we want to cross the Place de Grève. Why couldn't he have put it off until tomorrow morning? I should like to know. You may be sure that the poor wretch would be only too glad to do so if he could, answered the other, for the occasion is a far more serious matter to him than to us. The best thing we can do under the circumstances, my dear de Sigognac, is to turn our heads away if the spectacle is too revolting, though it is by no means easy when something horrible is taking place close at hand. Even St. Augustine opened his eyes in the arena at a loud cheer from the people, though he had vowed to himself beforehand to keep them closed. At all events, we shall not be detained here long, rejoined de Sigognac, for there comes the prisoner. See, Valombris, how the crowd gives way before him, though it will not let us move an inch. A rickety cart drawn by a miserable old skeleton of a horse and surrounded by mounted guards was slowly advancing through the dense throng towards the scaffold. In it were a venerable priest with a long white beard, who was holding a crucifix to the lips of the condemned man, seated beside him, the executioner, placed behind his victim and holding the end of the rope that bound him, and an assistant, who was driving the poor old horse. The criminal, whom everyone turned to gaze at, was no other than our old acquaintance, Agostino, the brigand. "Why, what is this?" cried de Sigognac, in great surprise. "I know that man. He is the fellow who stopped us on the highway and tried to frighten us with his band of scarecrows, as poor Matamor called them. I told you all about it when we came by the place where it happened." "Yes, I remember perfectly," said Valombris. "It was a capital story, and I had a good laugh over it. But it would seem that the ingenious rascal has been up to something more serious since then. His ambition has probably been his ruin. He certainly is no coward, only look what a good face he puts on it." Agostino, holding his head proudly erect, but a trifle paler than usual perhaps, seemed to be searching for someone in the crowd. When the cart passed slowly in front of the stone cross, he caught sight of the little boy, who had not budged from his excessively uncomfortable and wearisome position, and a flash of joy shone in the brigand's eyes. A slight smile parted his lips as he made an almost imperceptible sign with his head, and said in a low tone, "Chiquita." "My son, what was that strange word you spoke?" asked the priest. "It sounded like an outlandish woman's name. Dismiss all such subjects from your mind, and fix your thoughts on your own hopes of salvation, for you stand on the threshold of eternity." "Yes, my father, I know it but too well, and though my hair is black and my form erect, whilst you are bowed with age, and your long beard is white as snow, you are younger now than I every turn of the wheels towards that scaffold yonder ages me by 10 years. During this brief colloquy, the cart had made steady progress, and in a moment more had stopped at the foot of the rude wooden steps that led up to the scaffold, which Agostino ascended slowly but unfalteringly, preceded by the assistant, supported by the priest, and followed by the executioner. In less than a minute he was firmly bound upon the wheel, and the executioner, having thrown off his showy scarlet cloak, braided with white, and rolled up his sleeves, stooped to pick up the terrible bar that lay at his feet. It was a moment of intense horror and excitement. An anxious curiosity, largely mixed with dread, oppressed the hearts of the spectators, who stood motionless, breathless, with pale faces and straining eyes fixed upon the tragic group on the fatal scaffold. Suddenly a strange stir ran through the crowd. The child, who was perched up on the cross, had slipped quickly down to the ground, and gliding like a serpent through the closely packed throng, reached the scaffold, cleared the steps at a bound, and appeared beside the astonished executioner, who was just in the act of raising the ponderous bar to strike. With such a wild, ghastly, yet inspired and noble countenance, lighted up by a strength of will and purpose that made it actually sublime, that the grim dealer of death paused involuntarily and withheld the murderous blow about to fall. "Get out of my way, thou puppet," he roared in angry tones as he recovered his sang-froid, "or thou wilt get thy accursed head smashed." But Chiquita paid no attention to him. She did not care whether she was killed too or not. Bending over Agostino, she passionately kissed his forehead, whispered, "I love thee," and then, with a blow as swift as lightning, plunged into his heart the knife she had reclaimed from Isabelle. It was dealt with so firm a hand and unerring in aim that death was almost instantaneous. Scarcely had Agostino time to murmur, "Thanks." With a wild burst of hysterical laughter, the child sprang down from the scaffold, while the executioner, stupefied at her bold deed, lowered his now useless club, uncertain whether or not he should proceed to break the bones of the man already dead and beyond his power to torture. "Well done, Chiquita, well done, and bravely," cried Malartic, who had recognized her in spite of her boy's clothes, losing his self-restraint in his admiration. The other ruffians, who had seen Chiquita at the Crown Radish and wondered at and admired her courage when she stood against the door and let Agostino fling his terrible navager at her without moving a muscle, now grouped themselves closely together so as to effectually prevent the soldiers from pursuing her. The fracas that ensued gave Chiquita time to reach the carriage of the Duke of Valumbrace, which, taking advantage of the stir and shifting in the throng, was slowly making its way out of the Place de Grève. She climbed up on the step, and catching sight of de Sigognac within, appealed to him, in scarcely audible words, as she panted and trembled, "I saved your Isabelle, now save me." Valumbrace, who had been very much interested by this strange and exciting scene, cried to the coachman, "Get on as fast as you can, even if you have to drive over the people." But there was no need. The crowd opened as if by magic before the carriage and closed again compactly after it had passed, so that Chiquita's pursuers could not penetrate it, or make any progress. They were completely baffled, whichever way they turned. Meanwhile, the fugitive was being rapidly carried beyond their reach. As soon as the open street was gained, the coachman had urged his horses forward, and in a very few minutes they reached the Porte Saint-Antoine. As the report of what had occurred in the Place de Grève could not have preceded them, Valumbrace thought it better to proceed at a more moderate pace, fearing that their very speed might arouse suspicion, and gave orders accordingly. As soon as they were fairly beyond the gate, he took Chiquita into the carriage, where she seated herself, without a word, opposite to de Sigognac. Under the calmest exterior, she was filled with a preternatural excitement. Not a muscle of her face moved, but a bright flush glowed on her usually pale cheeks, which gave to her magnificent dark eyes, now fixed upon vacancy and seeing nothing that was before them, a marvelous brilliancy. A complete transformation had taken place in Chiquita. This violent shock had torn asunder the childish chrysalis in which the young maiden had lain dormant as she plunged her knife into Agostino's heart. She opened her own. Her love was born of that murder. The strange, almost sexless being, half child, half goblin that she had been until then, existed no longer. Chiquita was a woman from the moment of that heroic act of sublime devotion. Her passion that had bloomed out in one instant was destined to be eternal. A kiss and a stab, that was Chiquita's love story. The carriage rolled smoothly and swiftly on its way towards Valumbrace, and when the high, steep roof of the chateau came in sight, the young duke said to de Sigognac, You must go with me to my room first, where you can get rid of the dust and freshen up a bit before I present you to my sister, who knows nothing whatever of my journey or its motive. I have prepared a surprise for her, and I want it to be complete, so please draw down the curtain on your side, while I do the same on mine, in order that we may not be seen, as we drive into the court, from any of the windows that command a view of it. But what are we to do with this little wretch here? Chiquita, who was roused from her deep reverie by the Duke's question, looked gravely up at him and said, "Let someone take me to Mole, Isabelle. She will decide what is to be done with me." With all the curtains carefully drawn down, the carriage drove over the drawbridge and into the court. Vallombrouse alighted, took de Sigognac's arm, and led him silently to his own apartment, after having ordered a servant to conduct Chiquita to the presence of the Comtesse de Lignois. At sight of her, Isabelle was greatly astonished, and, laying down the book she was reading, fixed upon the poor child a look full of interest, affection, and questioning. Chiquita stood silent and motionless until the servant had retired. Then, with a strange solemnity, which was entirely new in her, she went up to Isabelle, and timidly taking her hand, said, "My knife is in Agostino's heart. I have no master now, and I must devote myself to somebody. Next to him who is dead, I love you best of all the world. You gave me the pearl necklace I wished for, and you kissed me. Will you have me for your servant, your slave, your dog? Only give me a black dress, so that I may wear mourning for my lost love. It is all I ask. I will sleep on the floor outside your door, so that I shall not be in your way. When you want me, whistle for me, like this." And she whistled shrilly, "and I will come instantly. Will you have me?" In answer, Isabelle drew Chiquita into her arms, pressed her lips to the girl's forehead warmly, and thankfully accepted this soul that dedicated itself to her. Chapter 21. H. Armand. Isabelle, accustomed to Chiquita's odd, enigmatical ways, had refrained from questioning her, waiting to ask for explanations until the poor girl should have become more quiet and able to give them. She could see that some terrible catastrophe must have occurred, which had left all her nerves quivering and caused the strong shudders that passed over her in rapid succession. But the child had rendered her such good service in her own hour of need that she felt the least she could do was to receive and care for the poor little waif tenderly, without making any inquiries as to her evidently desperate situation. After giving her in charge to her own maid, with orders that she should be properly clothed and made thoroughly comfortable in every way, Isabelle resumed her reading, or rather tried to resume it, but her thoughts would wander, and after mechanically turning over a few pages in a listless way, she laid the book down beside her neglected embroidery on a little table at her elbow. Leaning her head on her hand and closing her eyes, she lapsed into a sorrowful reverie, as indeed she had done of late many times every day. "Oh, how's become of de Sigognac?" she said to herself. "Where can he be, and does he still think of me and love me as of old? Yes, I am sure he does. He will be true and faithful to me so long as he lives, my brave, devoted knight. I fear that he has gone back to his desolate old chateau, and, believing that my brother is dead, does not dare to approach me. It must be that chimerical obstacle that stands in his way, otherwise he would surely have tried to see me again, or at least have written to me. Perhaps I ought to have sent him word that Vallombrouse had recovered, yet how could I do that? A modest woman shrinks from even seeming to wish to entice her absent lover back to her side. How often I think that I should be far happier if I could have remained as I was, an obscure actress. Then I could at least have had the bliss of seeing him every day, and of enjoying in peace the sweetness of being loved by such a noble, tender heart as his. Despite the touching affection and devotion that my princely father lavishes upon me, I feel sad and lonely in this magnificent chateau. If Vallombrouse were only here, his society would help to pass the time. but he is staying away so long, and I try in vain to make out what he meant when he told me, with such a significant smile as he bade me adieu, that I would be pleased with what he was about to do. Sometimes I fancy that I do understand, but I dare not indulge myself with such blissful thoughts for an instant. If I did, and were mistaken after all, the disappointment would be too cruel, too heartrending. But if it only could be true. Ah! If it only might. I fear I should go mad with excess of joy. The young Comtesse de Lignuel was still absorbed in sad thoughts when a tall lackey appeared and asked if she would receive his lordship, the Duke of Valombres, who had just arrived at the chateau and desired to speak with her. "Certainly, I shall be delighted to see him," she said in glad surprise. "Ask him to come to me at once." In a few minutes, which had seemed like hours to Isabelle, the young Duke made his appearance, with beaming eyes, rosy cheeks, light, elastic step, and that air of glorious health and vigor which had distinguished him before his illness. He threw down his broad felt hat as he came in, and hastening to his sister's side, took her pretty white hands and raised them to his lips. "Dearest Isabelle," he cried, "I am so rejoiced to see you again. I was obliged to stay away from you much longer than I wished, for it is a great deprivation to me now, not to be with you every day. I have gotten so thoroughly into the habit of depending upon your sweet society. But I have been occupied entirely with your interests during my absence, and the hope of pleasing my darling sister, and adding to her happiness, has helped me to endure the long separation from her." "The way to please me most, as you ought to have known," Isabelle replied, "was to stay here at home quietly with your father and me, and let us take care of you, instead of rushing off so rashly with your wound scarcely healed, or your health fully re-established on some foolish errand or other that you were not willing to acknowledge." "Was I ever really wounded or ill?" said Valombres, laughing. "Upon my word, I had forgotten all about it. Never in my life was I in better health than at this moment, and my little expedition has done me no end of good. But you, my sweet sister, are not looking as well as when I left you. You have grown thin and pale. What is the matter? I fear that you find your life here at the chateau very dull. Solitude and seclusion are not at all the thing for a beautiful young woman, I know. Reading and embroidery are but melancholy pastimes at best, and there must be moments when even the gravest, most sedate of maidens grows weary of gazing out upon the stagnant waters of the moat, and longs to look upon the face of a handsome young knight. Oh, what an unmerciful tease you are, Valombres, and how you do love to torment me with these strange fancies of yours. You forget that I have had the society of the prince, who is so kind and devoted to me, and who abounds in wise and instructive discourse. Yes, there is no doubt that our worthy father is a most learned and accomplished gentleman, honored and admired at home and abroad. But his pursuits and occupations are too grave and weighty for you to share, my dear little sister, and I don't want to see your youth passed altogether in such a solemn way. As you would not smile upon my friend, the Chevalier de Videlinck, nor condescend to listen to the suit of the Marquis de Lestang, I concluded to go in search of somebody that would be more likely to please your fastidious taste, and my dear, I have found him. Such a charming, perfect, ideal husband he will make. I am convinced that you will dote upon him. It is downright cruelty, Valombres, to persecute me as you do with such unfeeling jests. You know perfectly well that I do not wish to marry. I cannot give my hand without my heart, and my heart is not mine to give. But you will talk very differently, I do assure you, my dear little sister, when you see the husband I have chosen for you." "Never, never!" cried Isabelle, whose voice betrayed her distress. "I shall always be faithful to a memory that is infinitely dear and precious to me, for I cannot think that you intend to force me to act against my will. Oh no, I am not quite such a tyrant as that. I only ask you not to reject my protégé before you have seen him." Without waiting for her reply, Valombres abruptly left the room and returned in a moment with de Sigognac, whose heart was throbbing as if it would burst out of his breast. The two young men, hand in hand, paused on the threshold, hoping that Isabelle would turn her eyes towards them. But she modestly cast them down and kept them fixed upon the floor, while her thoughts flew far away to hover about the beloved being who she little dreamed was so near her. Valambreuse, seeing that she took no notice of them and had fallen into a reverie, advanced towards her, still holding de Sigognac by the hand, and made a ceremonious bow, as did also his companion. But while the young Duke was smiling and gay, de Sigognac was deeply agitated and very pale. Brave as a lion when he had to do with men, he was timid with women, as are all generous, manly hearts. "Comtesse de la Noël," said Valambreuse, in an emphatic tone of voice, "permit me to present to you one of my dearest friends, for whom I entreat your favor, the Baron de Sigognac." As he pronounced this name, which she at first believed to be a jest on her brother's part, Isabelle started, trembled violently, and then glanced up timidly at the newcomer. When she saw that Valambreuse had not deceived her, that it was really he, her own true lover, standing there before her, she turned deathly pale, and had nearly fallen from her chair. Then the quick reaction came, and a most lovely blush spread itself all over her fair face, and even her snowy neck, as far as it could be seen. Without a word, she sprang up, and throwing her arms round her brother's neck, hid her face on his shoulder, while 2 or 3 convulsive sobs shook her slender frame, and a little shower of tears fell from her eyes. By this instinctive movement, so exquisitely modest and truly feminine, Isabelle manifested all the exceeding delicacy and purity of her nature. Thus were her warm thanks to Valambreuse, whose kindness and generosity overcame her, mutely expressed, and as she could not follow the dictates of her heart and throw herself into her lover's arms, she took refuge in her transport of joy with her brother, who had restored him to her. Valambreuse supported her tenderly for a few moments, until he found she was growing calmer, when he gently disengaged himself from her clasping arms, and drawing down the hands with which she had covered her face to hide its tears and blushes, said, "My sweet sister, do not, I pray you, hide your lovely face from us. I fear my protégé will be driven to believe that you entertain such an invincible dislike to him. You will not even look at him." Isabelle raised her drooping head, and turning full upon de Sigognac her glorious eyes, shining with a celestial joy, in spite of the sparkling teardrops that still hung upon their long lashes, held out to him her beautiful white hand, which he took reverentially in both his own, and bending down pressed fervently to his lips. The passionate kiss he imprinted upon it thrilled through Isabelle's whole being, and for a second she turned faint and giddy. But the delicious ecstasy, which is almost anguish, of such emotion as hers is never hurtful, and she presently looked up and smiled reassuringly upon her anxious lover as the color returned to her lips and cheeks, and the warm light to her eyes. "And now tell me, my sweet little sister," began Valambreuse, with an air of triumph and a mischievous twinkle in his eyes, "wasn't I right when I declared that you would smile upon the husband I had chosen for you, and would not be discouraged, though you were so obstinate? If I had not been equally so, this dear de Sigognac would have gone back to his faraway chateau without even having seen you, and that would have been a pity, as you must admit." "Yes, I do admit it, my dearest brother, and also that you have been adorably kind and good to me. You were the only one who, under the circumstances, could bring about this reunion, and we both know how to appreciate what you have so nobly and generously done for us." "Yes, indeed," said de Sigognac warmly. "Your brother has given us ample proof of the nobility and generosity of his nature. He magnanimously put aside the resentment that might seem legitimate, and came to me with his hand outstretched, and his heart in it. He regens himself nobly for the harm I was obliged to do him, by imposing an eternal gratitude upon me, a light burden that I shall bear joyfully so long as I live." "Say nothing more about that, my dear Baron," Valambreuse exclaimed. "You would have done as much in my place. The differences of 2 valiant adversaries are very apt to end in a warm mutual attachment we were destined from the beginning to become. sooner or later, a devoted pair of friends, like Theseus and Pirithous, Nisus and Euryalus, or Damon and Pythias. But never mind about me now, and tell my sister how you were thinking of her and longing for her in that lonely chateau of yours, where, by the way, I made one of the best meals I ever had in my life, though you do pretend that starvation is the rule down there. And I had a charming supper there too, said Isabelle with a smile, which I look back upon with the greatest pleasure. Nevertheless, rejoined de Sigognac, plenty does not abound there, but I cannot regret the blessed poverty that was the means of first winning me your regard, my precious darling. I am thankful for it. I owe everything to it. I am of opinion, interrupted Volumbrus with a significant smile, that it would be well for me to go and report myself to my father. I want to announce your arrival to him myself, de Sigognac. Not that he will need to be specially prepared to receive you, for I am bound to confess what may surprise my little sister here, that he knew such a thing might come about, and was equally implicated with my graceless self in this little conspiracy. But one thing yet, tell me before I go, Isabelle, Comtesse de la Noue, whether you really do intend to accept the Baron de Sigognac as your husband. I don't want to run any risk of making a blunder at this stage of the proceedings, you understand, after having conducted the negotiations successfully up to this point. You do definitely and finally accept him, eh? That is well. And now I will go to the prince. Engaged lovers sometimes have matters to discuss that even a brother may not hear, so I will leave you together, feeling sure that you will both thank me for it in your hearts. Adieu. Make the most of your time, for I shall soon return to conduct de Sigognac to the prince. With a laughing nod, the young duke picked up his hat and went away, leaving the two happy lovers alone together, and however agreeable his company may have been to them, it must be admitted that his absence was, as he had predicted, very welcome to both. The Baron de Sigognac eagerly approached Isabelle, and again possessed himself of her fair hand, which she did not withdraw from his warm, loving clasp. Neither spoke, and for a few minutes the fond lovers stood side by side and gazed into each other's eyes. Such silence is more eloquent than any words. At last de Sigognac said softly, I can scarcely believe even yet in the reality of so much bliss. Oh, what a strange, contradictory destiny is mine! You loved me, my darling, because I was poor and unhappy, and thus my past misery was the direct cause of my present felicity. A troupe of strolling actors, who chanced to seek refuge under my crumbling roof, held in reserve for me an angel of purity and goodness. A hostile encounter has given me a devoted friend, and, most wonderful of all, your forcible abduction led to your meeting the fond father who had been seeking you so many years in vain. And all this because a Thespian chariot went astray one stormy night in the Landes. We were destined for each other. It was all arranged for us in heaven above. Twin souls are sure to come together at last, if they can only have patience to wait for the meeting. I felt instinctively when we met at the Chateau de Sigognac that you were my fate. At sight of you, my heart, which had always lain dormant before and never responded to any appeal, thrilled within me, and unasked, yielded to you all its love and allegiance. Your very timidity won more for you than the greatest boldness and assurance could have done, and from the first moment of our acquaintance, I resolved never to give myself to anyone but you, or God. And yet, cruel, hard-hearted child that you were, though so divinely good and lovely, you refused your hand to me when I sued for it on my knees. I know well that it was all through generosity, and that of the noblest, but, my darling, it was a very cruel generosity too. I will do my best to atone for it now, my dearest de Sigognac, in giving you this hand you wished for, together with my heart, which has long been all your own. The Comtesse de la Noue is not bound to be governed by the scruples of Isabelle, the actress. I have had only one fear, that your pride might keep you from ever seeking me again as I am now. But even if you had given me up, you would never have loved another woman, would you, de Sigognac? You would have been faithful to me always, even though you had renounced me. I felt so sure of that. Were you thinking of me down there in your ancient chateau, when Valombrous broke in upon your solitude? My dearest Isabelle, by day I had only one thought of you, and at night, when I kissed the sacred pillow on which your lovely head had rested, before laying my own down upon it, I besought the god of dreams to show me your adored image while I slept. And were your prayers sometimes answered? Always. Not once was I disappointed, and only when morning came did you leave me vanishing through the ivory gates. Oh, how interminable the sad, lonely days seemed to me, and how I wished that I could sleep and dream of you, my angel, all the weary time. I saw you also in my dreams, many nights in succession. Our souls must have met, de Sigognac, while our bodies lay wrapped in slumber. But now, thanks be to God, we are reunited and forever. The prince, my father, knew and approved of your being brought here, Valombrous said, so we can have no opposition to our wishes to fear from him. He has spoken to me of you several times of late in very flattering terms, looking at me searchingly the while, in a way that greatly agitated and troubled me, for I did not know what might be in his mind, as Valombrous had not then told me that he no longer hated you, and I feared that he would always do so after his double defeat at your hands. But all the terrible anxiety is over now, my beloved, and blessed peace and happiness lie before us. At this moment the door opened, and the young Duke announced to de Sigognac that his father was waiting to receive him. The Baron immediately rose from his seat beside Isabelle, bowed low to her, and followed Valombrous to the prince's presence. The aged nobleman, dressed entirely in black, and with his breast covered with orders, was sitting in a large armchair at a table heaped up with books and papers, with which he had evidently been occupied. His attitude was stately and dignified, and the expression of his noble, benevolent countenance affable in the extreme. He rose to receive de Sigognac, gave him a cordial greeting, and politely bade him be seated. "My dear father," said Valombrous, "I present to you the Baron de Sigognac, formerly my rival, now my friend, and soon to be my brother, if you consent. Any improvement that you may see in me is due to his influence, and it is no light obligation that I owe to him, though he will not admit that there is any. The Baron comes to ask a favor of you, which I shall rejoice to see accorded to him." The prince made a gesture of acquiescence, and looked reassuringly at de Sigognac, as if inviting him to speak fearlessly for himself. Encouraged by the expression of his eyes, the Baron rose, and, with a low bow, said, in clear, distinct tones, "Prince, I am here to ask of you the hand of la Comtesse Isabelle de Lignoil, your daughter." The old nobleman looked at him steadily and searchingly for a moment, and then, as if satisfied with his scrutiny, answered, "Baron de Sigognac, I accede to your request and consent to this alliance. With great pleasure so far, that is, as my paternal will accords with the wishes of my beloved daughter, whom I should never attempt to coerce in anything. The Comtesse de Lignoil must be consulted in this matter, and herself decide the question which is of such vital importance to her. I cannot undertake to answer for her. The whims and fancies of young ladies are sometimes so odd and unexpected." The prince said this with a mischievous smile, as if he had not long known that Isabelle loved de Sigognac with all her heart and was pining for him. After a brief pause, he added, "Valombrous, go and fetch your sister, for, without her, I cannot give a definite answer to the Baron de Sigognac." The young Duke accordingly went for Isabelle, who was greatly alarmed at this summons, and obeyed it in fear and trembling. Despite her brother's assurances, she could not bring herself to believe in the reality of such great happiness. Her breasts heaved tumultuously, her face was very pale, at each step her knees threatened to give way under her, and when her father drew her fondly to his side, she was forced to grasp the arm of his chair tightly, to save herself from falling. "My daughter," said the prince gravely, "here is a gentleman who does you the honor to sue for your hand. For my own part, I should hail this union with joy, for he is of an ancient and illustrious family, of stainless reputation and tried courage, and appears to me to possess every qualification that heart could desire. I am perfectly satisfied with him, but has he succeeded in pleasing you, my child?" Young heads do not always agree with gray ones. Examine your own heart carefully, and tell me if you are willing to accept the Baron de Sigognac as your husband. Take plenty of time to consider. You shall not be hurried, my dear child, in so grave a matter as this." The prince's kindly, cordial smile gave evidence that he was in a playful mood, and Isabelle, plucking up courage, threw her arms round her father's neck and said in the softest tones, "There is no need for me to consider or hesitate, my dear lord and father. Since the Baron de Sigognac is so happy as to please you, I confess, freely and frankly, that I have loved him ever since we first met, and have never wished for any other alliance. To obey you in this will be my highest happiness. And now clasp hands, my children, and exchange the kiss of betrothal," cried the Duke of Valumbrese gaily. Verily, the romance ends more happily than could have been expected after such a stormy beginning. And now the next question is, when shall the wedding be? "It will take a little time to make due preparation," said the prince. "So many people must be set to work, in order that the marriage of my only daughter may be worthily celebrated. Meanwhile, Isabelle, here is your dowry, the deed of the estate of Lignol from which you derive your title, and which yields you an income of 50,000 crowns per annum, together with rent rolls and all the various documents appertaining thereto." And he handed a formidable roll of papers to her. "As to you, my dear de Sigognac, I have here for you a royal ordinance which constitutes you governor of a province, and no one, I venture to say, could be more worthy of this distinguished honor than yourself." Valumbrese, who had gone out of the room while his father was speaking, now made his appearance, followed by a servant carrying a box covered with crimson velvet. He took it from the lackey at the door, and advancing, placed it upon the table in front of Isabelle. "My dear little sister," said he, "will you accept this from me as a wedding gift?" On the cover was inscribed, "For Isabelle," in golden letters, and it contained the very casket which the Duke of Valumbrese had offered at Poitiers to the young actress, and which she had so indignantly refused to receive or even look at. "You will accept it this time," he pleaded, with a radiant smile, "and honor these diamonds of finest water, and these pearls of richest luster, by wearing them for my sake. They are not more pure and beautiful than yourself." Isabelle smilingly took up a magnificent necklace and clasped it round her fair neck to show that she harbored no resentment, then put the exquisite bracelets on her round white arms and decked herself with the various superb ornaments that the beautiful casket contained. And now we have only to add that a week later Isabelle and de Sigognac were united in marriage in the chapel at Valumbrese, which was brilliantly lighted and filled with fragrance from the profusion of flowers that converted it into a very bower. The music was heavenly, the fair bride adorably beautiful, with her long white veil floating about her, and the Baron de Sigognac radiant with happiness. The Marquis de Bruyères was one of his witnesses, and a most brilliant and aristocratic assemblage assisted at this notable wedding in high life. No one who had not been previously informed of it could ever have suspected that the lovely bride, at once so noble and modest, so dignified and graceful, so gentle and refined, yet with as lofty a bearing as a princess of the blood royal, had only a short time before been one of a band of strolling players, nightly fulfilling her duties as an actress, while de Sigognac, governor of a province, captain of mousquetaires, superbly dressed, dignified, stately, and affable, the very beau ideal of a distinguished young nobleman, had nothing about him to recall the poor, shabby, disconsolate youth, almost starving in his dreary, half-ruined chateau, whose misery was described at the beginning of this tale. After a splendid collation, graced by the presence of the bride and groom, the happy pair vanished. But we will not attempt to follow them, or intrude upon their privacy, turning away at the very threshold of the nuptial chamber, singing, in low tones, after the fashion of the ancients, "Hymen, O Hymen." The mysteries of such sacred happiness as theirs should be respected, and besides, sweet modest Isabelle would have died of shame, if so much as a single one of the pins that held her bodice were indiscreetly drawn out. Chapter XX2. The Castle of Happiness Epilogue. It will be readily believed that our sweet Isabelle had not forgotten, in her exceeding happiness as Materi, le Baron de Sigognac, her former companions of Harold's troupe. As she could not invite them to her wedding because they would have been so much out of place there, she had, in commemoration of that auspicious occasion, sent handsome and appropriate gifts to them all, offered with a grace so charming that it redoubled their value. So long as the company remained in Paris, she went often to see them play, applauding her old friends heartily and judiciously as well, knowing just where the applause should be given. The young Baronne did not attempt to conceal the fact that she had formerly been an actress herself, not parading it, but referring to it quietly, if necessary as a matter of course, an excellent method to disarm ill-natured tongues, which would surely have wagged vigorously had any mystery been made about it. In addition, her illustrious birth and exalted position imposed silence upon those around her, and her sweet dignity and modesty had soon won all hearts, even those of her own sex, until it was universally conceded that there was not a greater or truer lady in court circles than the beautiful young Baron de Sigognac. The king, Louis XIII, having heard Isabelle's eventful history, praised her highly for her virtuous conduct, and evinced great interest in de Sigognac, whom he heartily commended for his respectful, honorable gallantry, under circumstances that, according to general opinion, would authorize all manner of license. His deference to defenseless virtue peculiarly pleased the chaste, reserved monarch, who had no sympathy with, or indulgence for the wild, unbridled excesses of the licentious youth of his capital and court. As to Valombres, he had entirely changed and amended his way of life, and seemed to find unfailing pleasure and satisfaction, as well as benefit, in the companionship of his new friend and brother, to whom he was devoted, and who fully reciprocated his warm affection, while the prince, his father, joyfully dwelt in the bosom of his reunited family, and found in it the happiness he had vainly sought before. The young husband and wife led a charming life, more and more in love with and devoted to each other, and never experiencing that satiety of bliss which is ruinous to the most perfect happiness. Although Isabelle had no concealments from her husband, and shared even her inmost thoughts with him, yet for a time she seemed very much occupied with some mysterious business apparently exclusively her own. She had secret conferences with her steward, with an architect, and also with certain sculptors and painters, all without de Sigognac's knowledge, and by the connivance of Valombres, who seemed to be her confidant, aider, and abettor. One fine morning, several months after their marriage, Isabelle said to de Sigognac, as if a sudden thought had struck her, "My dear lord, do you never think of your poor deserted old chateau? And have you no desire to return to the birthplace of our love? I am not so unfeeling as that, my darling, and I have thought of it longingly many times of late. But I did not like to propose the journey to you without being sure that it would please you. I did not like to tear you away from the delights of the court of which you are the chief ornament, and take you to that poor old, half-ruined mansion, the haunt of rats and owls, where I could not hope to make you even comfortable, yet which I prefer, miserable as it is, to the most luxurious palaces. For it was the home of my ancestors, and the place where I first saw you, my heart's delight, spot ever sacred and dear to me, upon which I should like to erect an altar. And I," rejoined Isabelle, "often wonder whether the eglantine in the garden still blooms, as it did for me." "It does," said de Sigognac. "I am sure of it, having once been blessed by your touch. It must be always blooming, even though there be none to see." "Ah! My lord, unlike husbands in general, you are more gallant after marriage than before," Isabelle said, laughingly, yet deeply touched by his tender words, "and you pay your wife compliments as if she were your lady-love. And now, since I have ascertained that your wishes accord with my whim, will it please your lordship to set out for the Château de Sigognac this week? The weather is fine, the great heat of summer is over, and we can really enjoy the journey. Valombres will go with us, and I shall take Chiquita. She will be glad to see her own country again." The needful preparations were soon made, and the traveling party set off in high spirits. The journey was rapid and delightful. relays of horses had been sent on in advance by Valombres, so that in a few days they reached the point where the road leading to the Château de Sigognac branched off from the great post road. It was about 2 o'clock of a bright, warm afternoon when the carriage turned off the highway, and as they got, at the same moment, their first view of the Château de Sigognac, could not believe the testimony of his own eyes. He was bewildered, dazzled, overwhelmed. He no longer recognized the familiar details which had been so deeply impressed upon his memory. All was changed, as if by magic. The road, smooth, free from grass and weeds and freshly gravelled, had no more ruts. The hedges, neatly trimmed and properly tended, no longer reached out long, straddling arms to catch the rare passer-by. The tall trees on either side had been carefully pruned, so that their branches met in an arch overhead, and framed in a most astonishing picture. Instead of the dreary ruin, slowly crumbling into dust, a fine new chateau rose before them resembling the old one as a son resembles his father. It was an exact reproduction. Nothing had been changed, only renewed. It was simply the ancient mansion rejuvenated. The walls were smooth and unbroken, the lofty towers intact, rising proudly at the 4 angles of the building, with their freshly gilded weathercocks gleaming in the sunlight. A handsome new roof, tastefully ornamented with a pretty design in different colored slates, had replaced the broken, weather-stained tiles, through which the rain used to find its way down into the frescoed hall and the long suite of deserted rooms. Every window had bright large panes of clear glass shining in its casement, and a magnificent great door, turning smoothly and noiselessly upon its huge hinges, had superseded the old worm-eaten one that used to groan and creak piteously when opened ever so little. Above it shone the de Sigognac arms, 3 golden storks upon an azure field, with this noble motto entirely obliterated of old, Aldepatante. For a few moments de Sigognac gazed at it all in silence, overcome by astonishment and emotion. Then he suddenly turned to Isabelle with joyful surprise written in every line of his speaking countenance, and seizing her hands passionately, and holding them firmly clasped in his, said, "It is to you, my kind, generous fairy, that I owe this marvelous transformation of my poor, dilapidated old chateau. You have touched it with your wand and restored its ancient splendor, majesty, and youth. I cannot tell you how enchanted, how gratified I am by this wonderful surprise. It is unspeakably charming and delightful, like everything that emanates from my good angel. Without a word or hint from me, you have divined and carried out the secret and most earnest wish of my heart. You must also thank a certain sorcerer who has greatly aided me in all this," said Isabelle softly, touched by her husband's emotion and delight, and pointing to Valombres, who was sitting opposite to her. The 2 young men clasped hands for a moment and smiled at each other in friendly fashion. There was a perfect understanding between these kindred spirits now, and no words were needed on either side. By this time the carriage had reached the chateau, where Pierre, in a fine new livery and a tremor of delight, was waiting to receive them. After an affectionate, as well as respectful, greeting from the faithful old servant, they entered the grand portico, which had been, like all the rest, admirably restored, and, alighting from the carriage, paused a moment to admire its magnificent proportions, ere they passed on into the frescoed hall, where 8 or 10 tall lackeys were drawn up in line and bowed profoundly to their new master and mistress. Skillful artists had retouched the ancient frescoes and made them glow with all their original brilliant tints. The colossal figures of Hercules were still supporting the heavy cornice, and the busts of the Roman emperors looked out majestically from their niches. Higher up, the vine climbing on its trellis was as luxuriant as in the olden time, and there were no unsightly stains on the bright blue sky of the vaulted roof to mar its beauty. A like metamorphosis had been worked everywhere. The worm-eaten woodwork had been renewed, the uneven floors relaid, the tarnished gilding restored to its original splendor, and the new furniture throughout had been made exactly like the old that it replaced. The fine old tapestry in de Sigognac's own room had been minutely copied down to the smallest detail, and the hangings of the bed were of green and white brocade, in precisely the same delicate tint and graceful pattern as the old. Isabelle, with her innate delicacy and perfect taste, had not aimed at producing a sensation by any overwhelming magnificence or dazzling splendor in renovating the intrinsically fine old Chateau de Sigognac, but had simply wished to gratify and delight the heart of her husband, so tenderly loved, in giving back to him the impressions and surroundings of his childhood and youth, robbed of their misery and sadness. All was bright and gay now in this lordly mansion, so dreary and melancholy. Even the somber old family portraits, cleansed, retouched and revarnished by skillful hands, smiled down upon them, as if pleased with the new order of things, especially their own handsome, richly gilt frames. After looking through the interior of the chateau, de Sigognac and Isabelle went out into the court, where no weeds or nettles were to be seen, no grass growing up between the paving stones, no heaps of rubbish in the corners, and through the clear glass panes of the numerous windows looking into it were visible the folds of the rich curtains in the chambers that were formerly the favorite haunt of owls and bats. They went on down into the garden by a noble flight of broad stone steps, no longer tottering and moss-grown, and turned first to seek the wild eglantine which had offered its delicate little rose to the young actress on the memorable morning when the Baron had decided to go forth from his ruined castle for love of her. It had another dainty blossom ready for her now, which Isabelle received from de Sigognac's hand with tears that told of a happiness too deep for words, welling up into her eyes, an exchange with her adored and adoring husband, a long, fond look that seemed to give to each a glimpse of heaven. The gardeners had been busy too, and had converted the neglected wilderness we made acquaintance with long ago into a veritable little paradise. At the end of the well-ordered and exquisitely arranged garden, Pomona still stood in her cool grotto, restored to all the beauty of her youth, while a stream of pure, sparkling water poured from the lion's mouth and fell with a musical murmur into the marble basin. Even in their best and most glorious days, the garden and the chateau had never known greater beauty and luxury than now. The Baron, ever more and more astonished and enchanted, as he rambled slowly through it all, like one in a delicious dream, kept Isabelle's arm pressed tenderly to his heart, and was not ashamed to let her see the tears that at last he could no longer restrain, and which came from a very full heart. "Now," said Isabelle, "that we have seen everything here, we must go and inspect the different pieces of property we have been able to buy back, so as to reconstruct, as nearly as possible, the ancient barony of Sigognac. I will leave you for a few moments to go and put on my riding habit. I shall not be long, for I learned to make changes of that sort very rapidly in my old profession, you know. Will you meantime go and select our horses, and order that they should be made ready?" Valambris accompanied de Sigognac to the stables, where they found 10 splendid horses contentedly munching their oats in their oaken stalls. Everything was in perfect order, but ere the Baron had time to admire and praise as he wished to do, a loud whinnying that was almost deafening suddenly burst forth as good old Baird peremptorily claimed his attention. Isabelle had long ago sent orders to the chateau that the superannuated pony should always have the best place in the stable and be tenderly cared for. His manger was full of ground oats, which he seemed to be enjoying with great gusto, and he evidently approved highly of the new regime. In his stall, Moraut lay sleeping, but the sound of his master's voice aroused him, and he joyfully jumped up and came to lick his hand and claim the accustomed caress. As to Beelzebub, though he had not yet made his appearance, it must not be attributed to a want of affection on his part, but rather to an excess of timidity. The poor old cat had been so unsettled and alarmed at the invasion of the quiet chateau by an army of noisy workmen, and all the confusion and changes that had followed, that he had fled from his usual haunts and taken up his abode in a remote attic, where he lay in concealment, impatiently waiting for darkness to come, so that he might venture out to pay his respects to his beloved master. The Baron, after petting Bayard and Maraud until they were in ecstasies of delight, chose from among the horses a beautiful, spirited chestnut for himself. The Duke selected a Spanish jennet with proudly arched neck and flowing mane, which was worthy to carry an infanta, and an exquisite white palfrey, whose skin shone like satin, was brought out for the Baron. In a few moments, Isabelle came down, attired in a superb riding habit which consisted of a dark blue velvet basque, richly braided with silver, over a long ample skirt of silver-gray satin, and her broad hat of white felt, like a cavalier's, was trimmed with a floating dark blue feather. Her beautiful hair was confined in the most coquettish little blue and silver net, and as she came forward radiant with smiles, she was a vision of loveliness that drew forth fervent exclamations of delight from her two devoted and adoring knights. The Baron de Sigognac certainly was enchantingly beautiful in her rich equestrian costume, which displayed the perfection of her slender, well-rounded figure to the greatest advantage, and there was a high-bred, dainty look about her which bore silent witness to her illustrious origin. She was still the sweet, modest Isabelle of old, but she was also the daughter of a mighty prince, the sister of a proud young duke, and the honored wife of a valiant gentleman whose race had been noble since before the Crusades. Vallombrouse, remarking it, could not forbear to say, "My dearest sister, how magnificent you look today!" Hippolyte, queen of the Amazons, was never more superb or more triumphantly beautiful than you are in this most becoming costume. Isabelle smiled in reply as she put her pretty little foot into the Sigognac's hand and sprang lightly into her saddle. Her husband and brother mounted also, and the little cavalcade set forth in high glee, making the vaulted portico ring with their merry laughter as they rode through it. Just in front of the chateau, they met the Marquis de Bruyères and several other gentlemen of the neighborhood, coming to pay their respects. They wished to go back into the chateau and receive their guests properly, saying that they could ride out at any time, but the visitors would not listen to such a thing, and turning their horses' heads proposed to ride with them. The party, increased by 6 or 8 cavaliers in gala dress, for the provincial lordlings had made themselves as fine as possible to do honor to their new neighbors, was really very imposing, a cortege worthy of a princess. They rode on between broad green fields, through woods and groves and highly cultivated farms, all of which had now been restored to the estate they had originally belonged to, and the grateful, adoring glances that the Baron de Sigognac found opportunity to bestow upon his lovely Baronne made her heart beat high with a happiness almost too perfect for this weary world of trials and sorrows. As they were riding through a little pine wood near the boundary line of the estate, the barking of hounds was heard, and presently the party met the beautiful Yolande Foix, followed by her old uncle and 1 or 2 attendant cavaliers. The road was very narrow, and there was scarcely room to pass, though each party endeavored to make way for the other. Yolande's horse was prancing about restively, and the skirt of her long riding habit brushed Isabelle's as she passed her. She was furiously angry and sorely tempted to address some cutting words to the Bohemian she had once so cruelly insulted, but Isabelle, who had a soul above such petty malice, and had long ago forgiven Yolande for her unprovoked insolence, felt how much her own triumph must wound the other's proud spirit, and with perfect dignity and grace bowed to Milan. De Foix, who could not do less than respond by a slight inclination of her haughty head, though her heart was filled with rage, and she had much ado to control herself. The Baron de Sigognac, with a quiet, unembarrassed air, had bowed respectfully to the fair huntress, who looked eagerly, but in vain, into the eyes of her former adorer for a spark of the old flame that used to blaze up in them at sight of her. Angry and disappointed, she gave her horse a sharp cut with the whip at Febwedel of the Fiat Exale that I'm the West Ganhut. Now, by Venus and all the loves, said Vallombrouse to the Marquis de Bruyères, beside whom he was riding, that girl is a beauty, but she looked desistly savage and cross. How she did glare at my sister, as if she wanted to stab her. When one has long been the acknowledged queen of a neighborhood, The Marquis replied, "It is not pleasant to be dethroned, you know, and everyone must admit that le Baron de Sigognac bears off the palm." The gay cavalcade, after a long ride, returned to the chateau, to find a sumptuous repast awaiting them in the magnificent banqueting hall where the poor young baron had once supped with the wandering comedians upon their own provisions. What a transformation had been effected! Now a superb service of silver bearing the family arms shone upon the fine damask that covered the table, in which also the three storks were apparent, while beautiful porcelain and dainty glass, lovely flowers and luscious fruits contributed to the attractions of the bountifully furnished board. Isabelle sat in the same place she had occupied on the eventful night that had changed the destiny of the young lord of the chateau, and she could not but think of and live over that widely different occasion, as did also the baron, and the married lovers exchanged furtive smiles and glances in which tender memories and bright hopes were happily mingled. Near one of the tall buffets stood a large, fine-looking man with a thick black beard, dressed in black velvet, and wearing a massive chain of silver round his neck, who kept a watchful eye upon the numerous lackeys waiting on the guests, and from time to time gave an order with a most majestic air. Presiding over another buffet, on which were neatly arranged numerous wine bottles of different forms and dimensions, was another elderly man, of short, corpulent figure, and with a jolly red face, who stepped about actively and lightly, despite his age and weight, dispensing the wine to the servants as it was needed. At first de Sigognac did not notice them, but chancing to glance in their direction, was astonished to recognize in the first the tragic Herod, and in the second the grotesque Blasius. Isabelle, seeing that her husband had become aware of their presence, whispered to him that in order to provide for the old age of those two devoted and faithful friends, she had thought it well to give them superior positions in their household, in which they would have only easy duties to perform, as they had to direct others in their work, not to do any themselves. And the baron heartily approved and commended what his sweet young wife, ever considerate for others, had been pleased to do. Course succeeded to course, and bottle to bottle there was much laughing and talking around the convivial board, and the host was exerting himself to do honor to the festive occasion, when he felt a head laid on his knee, and a tattoo vigorously played by a pair of paws on his leg that was well known to him of old. Moreout and Beelzebub, who had slipped into the room and under the table without being detected, thus announced their presence to their indulgent master. He did not repulse them, but managed, without attracting notice, to give them a share of everything on his plate, and was especially amused at the almost insatiable voracity of the old black cat, who had evidently been fasting in his hiding-place in the attic. He actually seemed to enjoy like an epicure the rich and dainty viands that had replaced the frugal fare of long ago, and ate so much that when the meal was over he could scarcely stand, and made his way with difficulty into his master's bedchamber, where he curled himself up in a luxurious armchair and settled down comfortably for the night. Balambrus kept pace with the Marquis de Bruers and the other guests in disposing of the choice wines that did credit to the pedant's selection. But de Sigognac, who had not lost his temperate habits, only touched his lips to the edge of his wine-glass and made a pretense of keeping them company. Isabelle, under pretext of fatigue, had withdrawn when the dessert was placed upon the table. She really was very tired, and sent at once for Chiquita, now promoted to the dignity of first lady's maid, to come and perform her nightly duties. The wild, untutored child had, under Isabelle's judicious, tender, and careful training, developed into a quiet, industrious, and very beautiful young girl. She still wore mourning for Agostino, and around her neck was the famous string of pearl beads. It was a sacred treasure to Chiquita, and she was never seen without it. She attended to her duties quickly and deftly, evidently taking great delight in waiting upon the mistress she adored, and kissed her hand passionately, as she never failed to do, when all was finished and she bade her good night. when, an hour later, de Sigognac entered the room in which he had spent so many weary, lonely nights, listening to the wind as it shrieked and moaned round the outside of the desolate chateau, and wailed along the corridors, feeling that life was a hard and bitter thing, and fancying that it would never bring anything but trials and misery to him. He saw, by the subdued light from the shaded lamp, the face to him most beautiful in all the world, smiling lovingly to greet him from under the green and white silken curtains that hung round his own bed, where it lay resting upon the pillow he had so often kissed and moistened with his tears. His eyes were moist now, but from excess of happiness, not sorrow, as he saw before him the blessed, blissful realization of his vision. Towards morning, Beelzebub, who had been excessively uneasy and restless all night, managed with great difficulty to clamber up on the bed, where he rubbed his nose against his master's hand, trying at the same time to purr in the old way, but failing lamentably. The Baron woke instantly, and saw poor Beelzebub looking at him appealingly, with his great green eyes unnaturally dilated and momentarily growing dim. He was trembling violently, and as his master's kind hand was stretched out to stroke his head, fell over on his side, and with one half-stifled cry, one convulsive shudder, breathed his last. "Poor Beelzebub," softly said Isabelle, who had been roused from her sweet slumber by his dying groan. "He has lived through all the misery of the old time, but will not be here to share and enjoy the prosperity of the new." Beelzebub, it must be confessed, fell a victim to his own intemperance. A severe fit of indigestion, consequent upon the enormous supper he had eaten, was the cause of his death. His long famished stomach was not accustomed to, nor proof against, such excesses. This death, even though it was only that of a dumb beast, touched de Sigognac deeply, for poor Beelzebub had been his faithful companion night and day, through many long weary years of sadness and poverty, and had always shown the warmest, most devoted affection for him. He carefully wrapped the body in a piece of fine, soft cloth, and waited until evening should come to bury it himself, when he would be safe from observation and possible ridicule. Accordingly, after nightfall, he took a spade, a lantern, and poor Beelzebub's body, which was stiff and stark by that time, and went down into the garden, where he set to work to dig the grave under the sacred eglantine in what seemed to him like hallowed ground. He wanted to make it deep enough to ensure its not being disturbed by any roaming beast of prey, and worked away diligently until his spade struck sharply against some hard substance that he at first thought must be a large stone or piece of rock perhaps. He attempted in various ways to dislodge it, but all in vain, and it gave out such a peculiar hollow sound at every blow that at last he threw down his spade and took the lantern to see what the strange obstacle might be. He was greatly surprised at finding the corner of a stout oaken chest, strengthened with iron bands, much rusted, but still intact. He dug all round it, and then, using his spade as a lever, succeeded in raising it, though it was very heavy, to the edge of the hole, and sliding it out on the grass beside it. Then he put poor Beelzebub into the place it had occupied, and filled up the grave. He carefully smoothed it over, replaced the sod, and when all was finished to his satisfaction, went in search of his faithful old Pierre, upon whose discretion and secrecy he knew that he could rely. Together they carried the mysterious strong-box into the chateau, but not without great difficulty and frequent pauses to rest, because of its immense weight. Pierre broke open the chest with an axe, and the cover sprang back, disclosing to view a mass of gold coins, all ancient, and many of them foreign. Upon examination, a quantity of valuable jewelry, set with precious stones, was found mingled with the gold, and under all, a piece of parchment, with a huge seal attached, bearing the 3 storks of the de Sigognacs, still in a good state of preservation, but the writing was almost entirely obliterated by dampness and mold. The signature, however, was still visible, and letter by letter the Baron spelled it out, Raymond de Sigognac. It was the name of one of his ancestors who had gone to serve his king and country in the war then raging and never returned, leaving the mystery of his death or disappearance unsolved. He had only one child, an infant son, and when he left home in those troublous times must have buried all his treasures for safety, and they had remained undiscovered until this late day. Doubtless he had confided the secret of their whereabouts to some trusty friend or retainer who perhaps had died suddenly before he could disclose it to the rightful heir. From the time of that Raymond began the decadence of the de Sigognacs, who, previous to that epoch, had always been wealthy and powerful. Of course, the mystery about this treasure so strangely brought to light could never be cleared up now. But one thing was certain, beyond a question or a doubt, that the strong box and its contents belonged of right to the present Baron de Sigognac, the only living representative of the family. His first move was to seek his generous, devoted wife, so that he might show her the mysterious treasure he had found, and claim her sweet sympathy in his joy, which would be incomplete without it. After relating to her all the surprising incidents of the evening, he finished by saying, "Decidedly, Beelzebub was the good genius of the de Sigognacs. Through his means I have become rich, and now that my blessed angel has come to me, he has taken his departure, for there is nothing else left for him to do, since you, my love, have given me perfect happiness." The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.